Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey, hey, everybody. What's going on? It's your boy, Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show where we basically get into all the things going on in pop culture, what's trending on social media, everything that's running around on these good old internet streets. We chat about it on this good old show of mine. So, before we get started with some of the topics, I'm going to let you guys know once I give you the rundown. If you haven't already, can you please do me a solid and hit that like button and that subscribe button? Also, smash that notification button so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Almost forgot my damn name. Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And so, yeah, we got some more Diddy news. You know, apparently people in Hollywood are shaking in their boots over being exposed on them Diddy tapes. Aubrey is still speaking out about all the dramas going on with Diddy. And then also, you know, the reporter Torre, he's weighing in. I saw him on Joy Reid earlier, which compelled me to bring this story up. And then he's also been kind of saying that, you know, the drugs and stuff may have had something to do with this whole situation of him really pushing forward with the freak offs and, as my friend likes to call them, Kim sex parties. So we have that. Plus X-Men 97, you know, season 2 was supposed to have been, you know, according to Bo DeMeo, it was all written. Season 1, season 2 was written. It was supposed to be ready to go. Y'all should have been drawing the outline and everything, doing all the animation and stuff regarding the script. Well, now come word that we may have to wait a little bit longer for X-Men 97 season 2. About 2 years. So I don't know if anybody got the patience, because this ain't Netflix. Like, a lot of us is getting mad over what y'all doing over there. But yeah, apparently we got to wait till 2026 for season 2 of X-Men 97. And Bo DeMeo was all over Twitter speaking out about it. So I have all his tweets. And I'm going to weigh in on this whole thing. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, my girl Halle says she is up for reprising her role as Sophia in a John Wick spinoff, but it needs to happen sooner rather than later. And I'm like, yes, because Miss Mamas is in her 50s. Like, she's like, I ain't getting any younger. Let's get the ball rolling. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Katy Perry is bowing down to the Queen, Madonna. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Lady Gaga. This was mentioned yesterday, but I'm going to go more in depth about it. She's releasing a Harlequin based album based off of Joker Folie. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Nicki Minaj is denying that she dissed Beyonce in her recent post. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez are having a setback in regards of their home and all that other stuff that's going on with that. Oh my God, I totally forgot to add the story of the hour. Well, not necessarily the story of the hour. The Austin Wolf. We got an Austin Wolf update in regards to what's happening with his trial, because remember, it's supposed to happen this week. Chill. Y'all gonna gag when I tell y'all what the latest on Austin Wolf. I'm like, y'all are a mess over there. Hold on, because I just realized I didn't create an Austin Wolf banner. Okay, so now that's done. Also, we're going to talk about Janet Jackson, because, you know, this whole thing, everybody's getting all up in arms about Janet Jackson, what she said about Kamala Harris, and rightfully so, y'all do. But I feel like we need to take a deeper dive in the situation, because I feel like what this is doing is exposing what's really going on in Janet's inner circle. And word on the curb is apparently the people in her inner circle fear that she's giving way too much power to her brother Randy, who, word on the street is, he's a Trump supporter. And these little QAnon talking points that she's been, you know, it's been indoctrinated in her brain, and she's been regurgitating in interviews, or a interview, like, you know, what is it? In the recent interview that she did, they trying to say basically that it's Randy who's in her ear, which I pretty much said a couple of episodes ago when we first started talking about this. But apparently they're saying like he's giving her way too much control over her career. So we're gonna talk about that. Plus Chaperone, since we was talking about Janet Jackson, we got to get in Chaperone, because she's talking about how she feels there's problems on both sides of the aisle, and this is why she doesn't feel pressure to endorse anyone in this upcoming election. And we got to talk about Dance with the Stars alum Maxim Tchaikovsky throwing shade at Anna Delvey. So we got to talk about that. Plus, Drag Race star Nicki is feeling defiant after bigoted backlash over her Olympic opening ceremony performance. I do wonder if I'm hoping that there's also going to be a latest update on her lawsuit that she filed towards that bigot out in the UK who's been spewing a lot of misinformation in regards to, drag queens and stuff. And it's dangerous on these streets because I just read a statistic today that, queer hate crimes are on the rise in about, they said 10%. So there's a rise in queer hate crimes. So y'all better be careful on these streets because they be in a hot mess out here. Anyway, so happy Libra season, I guess. I'm joking. Happy Libra season to all my Libra friends. I have quite a few. And I know your birthday is this is your season, Onyx. So happy Libra season. Okay, so let me hit that banner. There was something else I was supposed to look up. Please hold. So annoying. I hate when this happens. When it's like I'll be having the show ready, but child, before I got up on here, I was mopping my floor. Oh Lord, okay, I'm living for AOC right now. I need to get off the internet because now she calling for New York City Mayor Adams to resign. Child, I've been saying his ass need to resign eons ago. But yes, he need to go because he a damn criminal. And you already know he not stepping down. So we need the people at the top to step in and get rid of his ass because I'm trying to figure out when can we vote? I need to look that up. For mayor, I think it might be next year, but yeah, he got to go. I ain't want him to be the mayor any damn way. I wanted Maya Wiley, but we ended up getting this old boo boo the fool heifer. I can't stand man Adams. He's a dick, but an arrogant one. But now the shit is hitting the fan, and people is like resigning around him. So, but they always say the fish head stinks at the top, right? Because they were like, why all these people leave? I said, it got something to do with him. I forgot because I need to look up an Austin Wolf photo when I do the article. Yeah, his Instagram's still up. So I'm like, we need to pull up a little photo of her because she in the same prison as the Diddler. So I said that'd be perfect to talk about in the story. Okay, so anyway, let's get into our first topic. If y'all haven't already, yes, please hit that like button and subscribe button and also smash that notification button so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And now, without further ado, let's get our first topic, and that is Hollywood is shaking in their boots over this Diddy video evidence because we've been hearing all this stuff coming around. And I want to give a shout out to Felix because he sent me a little something that there's a bunch of stuff where they was talking about the Kardashians is kind of rooted in all of this and how they sending out cease and desist and how Chloe went and spilled tea about Diddy's freak off parties and how people was walking around butt naked. And there was a video also floating around on social media of Diddy talking about, oh, kids, it's time for y'all to go home because your parents don't want you around when the real party begins or something or another. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he was literally saying on the damn mic in his white little outfit, as he knew that things was going to transpire into that. And I know a lot of people try to say, well, everybody was caught up in that situation. And I don't think everybody was been caught up in them freak offs because like we talked about on the show before, they said there's levels to the freak off situation, meaning that you get certain wristbands if you're going to go to certain aspects of Diddy's parties. So you can go to a Diddy party, but you could get a wristband to be in the house. There's a wristband that you get to be outdoors in the outside part of the party. And then there's the wristband of the freak off stuff where the real shit go down. And the drugs and the debauchery and all of that begins. So it says the disturbing details of Sean Diddy Combs' alleged criminal enterprise have cast suspicion on the scores of rich and powerful figures the hip-hop mogul surrounded himself with for decades. And this is why a lot of times when we talk about the video evidence and all this other stuff and why people are calling him Jeffrey Epstein 2.0, this is exactly why. Because a lot of what Diddy is being caught up in is mirroring what Jeffrey Epstein did. And let's also not forget about Miss Ghislaine. He has his very own. And we talked about, I forgot her damn name at the moment, and I don't care to look it up, but I'm sure in past episodes y'all can watch. Y'all Google Schmoogle is there. Or just go to my channel. But yeah, so he has his own Ghislaine as well, assistant that he's had working for him for, I believe, about 8 years. So it says now, Radar Online can reveal Hollywood's biggest stars and power players are said to be quaking in their boots over what might come next following the disgraced rapper's federal indictment. Excuse me. Hold on. That was gross. Spitting up phlegm. Investigator Hannibal Darby in the latest episode of Hannibal is Hungry YouTube series below said, while the media is focusing on baby oil Diddy's indictment, the real story isn't broken yet. Behind the scenes, Hollywood is in panic mode. Executives, producers, and celebrities are all fearing what might come next because this scandal is bigger than Diddy. According to Darby, the federal crime allegations against Diddy are extremely similar to the charges filed against Jeffrey Epstein before his unaliving they said self-unaliving, in a New York City jail in August 2019, age 66. He continued, I believe that Diddy case is on the Jeffrey Epstein level. This could unravel something much bigger and drag a lot of high-profile names with it. Epstein's case exposed a vast criminal network that resulted in the arrest and conviction of his confidant, Ghislaine Maxwell, who's 62. But yeah, here's the thing with that. Now, y'all talking about that it exposed a vast criminal network. Y'all arrested his assistant, Ghislaine, who was helping him with that whole situation. But we still don't know who was on that list. We still don't know who was involved in the situation. So when y'all sitting here talking about Diddy, is it going to be the same thing? Is it going to be like we're not going to find out who's on this list, and that everybody's scared, or they're going to find a way to like take the list or the tapes and destroy the web? But if it's in FBI hands, I don't think that there's anything y'all could do about it. So it says that Darby believes a similar network might be exposed following Diddy's arrest, especially if the jail music mogul starts talking to the feds. And I also feel like if he starts talking to the feds, that don't necessarily mean he's going to reduce sentence. Like, I feel like he's going to do hard time, meaning he probably going to be like them damn Menendez brothers, going to serve a life sentence or possibly 2 life sentences. Like, I don't think his ass getting out of jail. He's basically going to die in there. So now I've been hearing other stories too about, he's been worried about his kids, that the kids I saw recently did interviews or whatever saying that they denying that the book that was about Kim Porter is real or whatever the case was. I'm like, child, y'all wasn't at them free calls. How y'all gonna sit up in here and defend something y'all don't know nothing about? Now, I'll be honest and say I don't believe the freak off book or the book and stuff that happened. I believe all the other people that was in Kim Porter's inner circle that have nothing to lose that will spill the tea. Like the bestie, Kim's bestie that's actually taking care of the twins, and Albie Shore. If Albie Shore's gonna come out and say some stuff, I don't believe him before I believe some anonymous person with under some pseudonym that's writing a book saying all this stuff in here. And then come to find out that the person that said they wrote the book said, I believe what I believe. Let me look that up, because that was on the Neighborhood Talk, that the that the person who apparently wrote the book, and I saw Suge Knight was calling out rappers too. I'm like, child, your ass in prison. What the hell you gonna say? And now he talking about frequency. Because did I say it? Yesterday, I was like that there's this attachment that Quincy has to Diddy. Like he's going to the court and supporting him in this whole situation. So when the kids and stuff, and let's also talk about somebody we ain't been mentioning. What about the white girl that he adopted? Why we not talking about her? Where's she at? We need to free her too. And so, yeah, I'll be sure out here talking about frequency because he feels like his son is suffering from Stockholm syndrome. And you want to know something? When you come from a person like the diddler, who has been good at gaslighting, basically getting into your mind and grooming you into believing a certain thing or following certain orders and that sort of thing, I could definitely see that there's an undying loyalty that his children would have to him. And so maybe at the end of the day, there is a sense of Stockholm syndrome with Quincy. But then some people would say, well, that's your fault, Al, because you wasn't in your child's life. Now, what was the reason why you weren't in your son's life? So that's what made me wonder. And yeah, so we got like the whole thing that we were talking about, like the Kardashian clip, talking about Khloe saying that people were butt naked at Diddy party. So now people really going in and digging up stuff on him and people who were allegedly involved in the situation. So yeah, here it is. So they said the author behind the viral Kim Porter memoir said he's not even sure the story is real, saying it's real enough to me. I didn't ask too many questions. So what the hell are you talking about? Like, you wrote the book, like you knew what the hell was going on. Now that people sit out here calling you a liar, now you're going to say that you're not even sure if what you putting out there is real. Now, this is where I would start going around suing people. Because if you out here spreading lies about people, and I don't think everybody got good intentions. I do believe that there are some people that's jumping on the bandwagon in regards to trying to capitalize on this moment. But there are some that I genuinely believe that things have happened to, and now they found the wherewithal to be brave enough to come out and speak their truth. Aubrey being one of them, but Aubrey been windmilling hard at Diddy for years, long before. And I've been seeing some people in my damn timeline who I had to be, cussing out with respectfully, going at them, saying that, what are you talking about? Like, this is not people like Aubrey jumping on this whole situation for clout. She been saying stuff about Diddy, even when he would come out and talk about like he was giving people their publishing and all this other stuff. She was side-eyeing it. She was coming out saying things. There's been things that she's been talking about that's happened behind the scenes, especially with being on Making the Band and doing Danity Kane and the shenanigans that the label was pulling behind the scenes to sabotage them and wasn't making no money. And when there were fans like us who wanted that Danity Kane music, they purposely printed a small amount of copies of the CD because they didn't want it to be, because they were just trying to I guess, burn an investment or do whatever. I don't know. I guess Diddy thought that this was just some little thing with MTV that he could make a quick buck off of, but leave everybody broke, because he's always been a horrible businessman in regards of paying his artists. He had no intention of paying them people. Oh, he would make a shit ton of money off of them. So yeah, they basically said that Diddy kept a lot of recordings, but he probably kept all of that. I don't know if it could have been a bit of both. When I'm thinking that maybe he kept all of that because he wanted insurance for himself, or it could also be an ego thing, that it was, oh yeah, I want to just keep recordings of my freak offs because maybe it turns him on to watch like amateur, adult cinematography of regular people doing sexual things. But then also for insurance, it's like, oh, I got y'all, because if y'all try to come for me or you try to take me out or whatever the case is, believe me, I got the evidence and I'm exposing everybody. But I don't think he's that smart to be thinking that far ahead, because if you listen to Torre, he running out here talking about that, oh, it was the drugs. That Diddy was so wrapped up in drugs that he wasn't really he was caught up in whatever he was caught up in. So he spoke to TMZ, and Torre claimed to have talked with people close to Didla and learned about the potential reasons for his actions over the past 15 years, saying that a friend was telling him that there's been about 15 years of hardcore drug abuse. Anything that he can get his hands on are detaching him from who he really is. Now, who is he really? What you trying to say, Torre? Was the real Diddler? Is he a homosexual that basically is so ashamed of the fact that he likes penis, especially when you're in a industry that promotes misogyny, homophobia, and all kinds of other debauchery? When we talk about hip hop, you can't be gay and a rapper, especially during that time. Yes, things are slowly changing. Yeah, we have our own little situation of, we do have queer rappers out here. They're not being put on like the way they need to. A lot of people only know about Saucy Santana and Lil Nas X. But since I'm affiliated with people who are in that queer hip hop space, and shout out to radio stations like We Are You Radio and all a bunch of other people, and my friend DJ Baker, that highlights a lot of queer rap, women and men and trans. We have our little situation over here, our own little underground thing that's been cooking for the past 2 decades that I've been initiated and affiliated with. Not initiated, but affiliated with. Like, I played in the queer hip hop space. I know a lot of the queer rappers. that a lot of the mainstream ain't really putting out there and putting on. Like, you have a lot of people that work behind the scenes and work as moguls and work as producers that get down with dudes. And I truly believe that Diddy is one of them. But that he's been always plagued with that "how you doing" rumor for eons. He tried to get Wendy Williams fired over it. Wendy Williams always talked about how Diddy was notorious for getting with men. And y'all been hearing these stories that's coming out now, and everybody getting all salivating at the mouth and all excited about, oh, Diddy is doing things with men. But y'all not as outraged over the stuff that he did to the women. But you hear about him getting with a man, that's the ultimate thing that everybody's gagging about. I mean, where the fuck y'all been? Diddy a freak. But he's also a massive manipulator and a sociopath. And not everybody is like that. And I truly feel like when you talk about that, he's been taking the drugs and all the other stuff, a lot of that comes with that we don't talk about in the community, especially when you're a black man who, you have a lot of societal pressures. You have to perpetuate an image that, oh yeah, I got to get the wife, I got to have the kids, but then y'all on the DL hunching other men, but then y'all abusing your wives because you can't be out here and be your true authentic self, but then you also numbing the pain with drugs, or you using the drugs to be as an excuse to give yourself permission to have the sex with someone of the same sex. But then there's a shame that comes with that because that comes with the church. So there's a whole lot of different situations that plays into all of this. And I know a lot of people ain't taking that deep dive and really thinking and analyzing the situation, but I truly feel that a lot of that comes into play. Not excusing his behavior, but when you have this whole thing about the church and how the church basically discriminates against the queer community, I can see where all that self-hatred comes from. So he drowns it all in drugs. But that's not going to excuse the fact that he's been a monster towards so many people and has used his money, his power, his influence to steamroll over folks who he deems lesser than him. So he basically said that. So when you think about why did you make such bad decisions to do these parties with so many people to videotape them, you say no when Cassie says that we can make this all go away for $30 million, which is not a lot to him. Well, yeah, that's not a lot to him because they say he's a billionaire. I don't know what his net worth is now that all this situations is going on, and the fact that he's currently locked up. So I don't know what happened if his cachet is diminished wholeheartedly, and if he's not necessarily a billionaire. So yeah, they said that's because he's been dealing with drug addiction and his mind being clouded, and he's not his right self. Torre, who's known Diddy for a long time, alleged earlier this year that Diddy rescinded an internship to a family member because they refused to stay the night with him, and that was something that he did say, and I remember that. Speaking on Joy Reid's The Readout, Torre claimed that he reached out to him on behalf of his cousin. Said, I know this man well enough to call him and say, hey, I need a favor. This might have been 10, 12 years ago that I called him and said, hey, I have a family member who I want you to hire as an intern. Torre then revealed that a family member, his cousin, began working for Diddy for a few months before mysteriously stopping soon afterward. Now, for a while, his cousin wouldn't tell him what had happened. I added that what had happened. I gotta ratchet it up a little bit. But they eventually opened up about the situation. Pub had said, come home, stay the night with me, or the internship is over. And the intern said, in the words of Deborah Cox, absolutely not. And the internship ended. Torre recalled of the alleged incident. Now, from there, I was like, this is how it goes. Okay, so here that things went even further with potentially, allegedly, with many other people. We feel like we've seen this coming. So it just seemed like to me there was some quid pro quo type stuff, and that Diddy was basically, oh no, you gotta, now if you want to move ahead, you gotta give head to get ahead. Like it's one of those situations, using your power, your money, and your influence to have for sexual favors. Which is why I said this whole down low culture. So now earlier this month, we already know about the whole trafficking situation. I did add that episode of The Readout where if you want to check it out in regards of Torre talking about Cassie and basically saying that her 10-year contract that she had with the record label, making the song, she was recording music. He did say that. He said she was recording music and Diddy was only keeping her happy with that. in exchange for the freak offs and the trafficking and all that other stuff. So she was doing, all those other things thinking that she was going to get an album put out, but he never had any intention of putting her out an album. This was all gaslighting. So I get where Torre is coming from, but I will also say that I don't agree with him on the whole situation. Like, yeah, we're not going to do no whole Jamie Foxx blaming on alcohol type situation. Like, we're not doing that because he's not going to get away with the mess that he's doing. I'm sorry, but I can't just sit up and be like, oh yeah, let's blame it on alcohol. Now I know that drugs can cloud their judgment, and excuse me. They did say that while he is in jail, that he's currently not eating, that he's been starving himself. He thinks he's paranoid. He thinks people are poisoning his food and all this other stuff. That could be all the withdrawal from that Tucci, and God knows what else he had in his system. Because if you're in jail, I don't know, is there like a rehab facility section or whatever they have in prison? Or they basically just gonna be like, okay, I need you to be in your cell. You just gonna have to sweat it out, throw it up, shit it out, whatever. You just gonna have to go through the withdrawals in this 8x10 and figure it out. So I feel like that's probably what's happening. Because, with all that Tucci he was taking, and they talk about how that drug basically makes it feel like it's ripping you from two different directions. And how Diddy just been, doing a lot of drugs and staying up for days on end. And in the what are you doing community, we call that chemsex. And they said it's a little meth up in that Tucci. They throwing all kinds of stuff in there. It's supposed to be pink booger sugar, but everything's in it but the booger sugar. So to wrap this segment up, because we have another Diddy story after this that I want to separate when we talk about Miss Aubrey. What do y'all think of this story? Now, in regards to the whole thing about Hollywood shaking in their boots, and who do y'all think is on them tapes that's coming out? Because I've been hearing a lot of names. A lot of people have been bringing up Jay-Z. People have been bringing up the Kardashians. People been bringing up Rihanna, Chris Brown, Usher, Justin Bieber. Like, there's been so many names that has been floating around. I even saw a recent video of Haley's father, Stephen Baldwin, speaking out about the dark side of the business. And, there's been a lot of memes, and I'm ashamed to say, but not really, that I've been sharing them Justin Bieber memes. They have been funny. The part of, and it's not funny, he was a child. He was a little brat. So that's why I'm putting that out there. Like, I feel for him in a situation of what he was going through, but when you start saying one less lonely N-word, and you've been a nuisance and a damn nightmare long before you was even at a Diddy party, I'm sorry, but I can't have no empathy for somebody. I can have empathy if abuse happened, but you're not getting I'm just not giving excuses or leeway to people who do shady shit. It's the same thing I said about Janet Jackson. And I'm going to get into her later, too, because we got that story we got to break down. That just because you are a celebrity, just because you've given a lot to a community or whatever, you could be a celebrity, you could be a politician, you could be a regular person. You would not be on reproach. Like, if you say something dumb, you're going to get checked. I don't care who it is. Jesus Christ can come down off that damn cross right now and say the dumbest thing. Oh, I'm going to check his ass too. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Like I say, who do y'all think is on them tapes? And do you agree with Torre in regards to what he said regarding Diddy and the drug abuse and all other stuff, and like he's not in his right state of mind, but it's causing him to make all these crazy decisions. And I don't feel like we should just blame it on drugs, because that behavior been there long before he used enhancements to enhance his sexual performance in the bedroom. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so now let's move on to this Aubrey story. And basically, she is alleging disgraced rapper Sean Diddy Combs groomed and controlled her appearance while filming Making the Band when she was around 21 years old. Now, Aubrey recently made an appearance on Renee Graziano's podcast, which is called Crisis Queen. Now, for those of you who don't know who Renee Graziano is, she was on a reality show called Mob Wives. It was a show that I loved back in the day. She was one of my faves, and so was Drita DeVanzo. But now that it seems that, Renee's got herself together, because, she was going through it. She had drug addictions or whatever. She said she almost died quite a few times or whatever the case is. And now that she's gotten herself back into, which she needs to get herself. Now she's out here podcasting like so many others. So the 40-year-old Diddy Kane singer who first met Diddy in 2005 on the third season of the hit show claimed that the musician groomed her and constantly found fault with her appearance during the alleged cycle of abuse. Now, like I said, when she appeared on Renee's Crisis Queen podcast, she said, with Diddy, I saw multiple real things, sides of him. I don't know who I was even talking to, who was sober. There was always an element of something going on. Revealing that the rapper dictated her appearance down to the most minute of details, she said, he's on camera saying how much he hates it. Then he's off camera telling me all the ways that I needed to be groomed properly, like down to my toenails. I was sent out of the studio session one time because my toes weren't polished properly. Well, that's like, okay. Now, when y'all be out here talking about gay and sassy, now that's a gay and sassy situation. Because Kanye do the same goddamn thing. I'm like, first of all, how y'all out here talking about what you need your nails, a woman's nails painted a certain way, or you need the woman to wear this way? I said, you want to put the outfit on? You want to paint your nails? You want to put on a little dress? Put on a red dress and slip on them high heels. Hit me that sweet perfume. I want to learn what on you. Shout out to Johnny Gill. I don't know why that damn Johnny Gill song popped up in my damn brain. But it's like, yeah. I was like, you want to put the outfit on, sis? Let me know. But anyway. She claimed that Diddy calls her the looker of the band and allegedly grooming was a part of his alleged cycle of abuse. She said after coming off of Diddy, there's not many people you can go into a room with and get that type of high from. Grooming is a process. They don't just abuse you on day one. They make you feel like you get little bits of things that make you attracted and excited by. And then once they've gotten your attention, they let you know about yourself in different ways. Oh yeah, they always start off subtle. You always say little things, and you start to, it's like little things, and it's gradual. And then by the time they really hit you with the banger, you don't realize that he's been abusing your ass the whole time. There's different levels of abuse: that mental abuse, that physical abuse, that sexual abuse. It's a process. But like I said, Diddy a damn sociopath and a manipulator. He said it's like the military. They break you down and build you back up into the soldier they need you to be for the country they need you to be fighting for. Now, asked about her thoughts on Diddy high-profile trafficking arrests amid claims the musician hosted freak-off parties, she said, "Oh, I don't think I'm at that point yet. I've got to see how it plays out. That's got to be real. That's going to allow the opportunity for everyone to start talking about what you know personally, as my friend is going through. I can't talk about that though. Right now, I'm dealing with put downs and the commentary and whatever. I'm saying what I can and what was obvious to the world and what everyone already saw. Nothing new. And then I think of this process. I pray that people will find freedom and get more clarity on the stories because victims can talk to victims. Even that cannot happen now. She added that she believes there are way more victims. There's a lot more crazy-ish. As this unfolds, more people will be hurt. And that's what I said too. Like when it comes with abuse, when you hear people that I've had in my damn comments fixing their mouth to say, oh, well, oh, now everybody coming out the woodwork now that Diddy locked up. Yeah, because he can't do nothing to them. Because he can't reach, use his money and his influence and his power to go have other people go after them. If they've been reading the documents and instead of just reading headlines on social media and commenting, instead of reading and actually understanding what's been going on, which I notice a lot of people who jump in my damn comments like to do, instead of read a damn headline instead of reading the whole article and having a mind of their damn own, they would basically know that a lot of them were saying that he would use and say any little thing, or they were afraid to speak out because they were afraid of the repercussions, that he would threaten family members, that he would threaten them, that there were people that said that they had to move. The girl we talked about yesterday, that was R-worded allegedly by him and somebody that was in his employment. When she was going up in there and trying to help out her boyfriend, who I guess Diddy was saying that the boyfriend's, him working with him, he wanted to discuss his performance, which I don't understand why you need to speak to the girlfriend about it. But naively, she went along with it because she thought she could help or whatever the case was, only to come to find out he drugged her, according to her report or her filing in the court report. And then they R-worded her over a table. Him and the employer. So she talked about that she had to move. And then, of course, we heard about the woman that got pow-powed at the club, the thing that happened with Sean and Jennifer Lopez and the rest of them, how she was talking about with all the threats she was getting, how many times she had to move. And how she talking about she don't use cards and all this other stuff, that she had to go around using cash, or her children had to basically help in certain situations because she didn't want to be tracked. So yeah, people running around like they paranoid because Diddy running around here like he the Black Al Capone. Or a goddamn drug cartel czar. So when you got people out here running around like they Pablo goddamn Escobar, what do you expect? So when people go around here and try to diminish this and try to diminish what people say, yeah, a lot of people are coming out now because they feel safe enough to do so, knowing that he is locked up in prison where his reach is very minimal. Yeah, now a lot of people are feeling brave to come out, and I applaud Cassie for going and getting therapy, breaking up with him, finding that strength, to build herself back up from after Diddy damn near destroyed that girl. And she found the courage to file her unspecified amount of money she got lawsuit and took his ass out at the knees. And then so many others who have come out and felt brave enough to tell their truth afterwards. So I will always go hard for Aubrey because Aubrey's always been out here saying her truth for the longest. And I'm not just saying that because she liked my comment about the devil. But I'm genuinely out here being like, or remind me of me. Like, it's like, who we scared of? Like, this mouth is this mouth, and I got these hands too. Only people I'm scared of is God and my mama. Those only two people. So as long as I got breath in this body, I'm gonna go hard for those out there, for be the voice for the voiceless. And I've always been that way. I can't stand bullies. I can't stand people who go in on other people and try to bully them and diminish them and talk down on them. It's like, first of all, when you do that, I'm gonna come in, I'm getting in your face, and we gonna have to fight. I've always been that way since I was a kid. I cannot stand a bully. I can't stand abusers either. So I do believe that there's way more coming out. And I like that Aubrey can only say but so much, but it's like, you know what? She's similar like me. It's like, it's not my place to speak for those people. It's the same thing when I was telling y'all about, I know one of Shangela's other victims. I can't speak out on their behalf. They have to be the ones that want to come forth and speak out and tell their truth. And when they're ready, I'm like, I got you. I'm glad you got to speak. You're going to speak your truth, but people have to find within themselves. I'm not going to sit up in here and out people and spend their business because it's not my place to do so. And I don't think it's Aubrey's place to do so either. And I'm glad that she came out and said that. And so I'm definitely going to have to check this episode out because when I posted this article, I think it was on the Daily Mail, but then I saw like they have the episode, but the episode I think came out today. So I'm going to have to check it out. So if y'all definitely want to check out that Crisis Queen episode, definitely check it out. But you know what? I do feel like, shout out to all the women out there and all the people who've been abused. I'm hoping that y'all feel validated and y'all speaking y'all truth, and so many others need to come out here and speak it, because it's not right that people just can run around with their money and their power and act like they could treat people whichever way that they please. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Are y'all here for what Aubrey had to say in regards of the whole situation with Diddy? And then I will say this, because I forgot to mention this. So someone was on and said, oh, it's not no big deal of her talking about grooming and whatever. That's what they do in the business. This is what they do with every artist. Don't necessarily mean it's right. And maybe this is the reason why they like to go after kids to be in the industry, because it's easy to groom and manipulate them at that age and make them do whatever you want because they don't know no better. When you get older artists, which I've always said that I truly believe that there needs to be a thing where I don't believe that there should be 13, 14, 15 or people under 18 or whatever the case is that y'all grooming to be some artist. What the hell do a 13-year-old gonna tell me about love? Y'all shouldn't even be out there thinking about no love or no fucking. Y'all shouldn't be thinking about that. But it comes that grooming stuff. But you got these grown people up in here. You got Britney Spears dressing up in a little schoolgirl outfit at 16, which we understand this is how the little kids and stuff, the little girls, they be rolling up their skirts and be wearing a little short. We get all that. Not saying it's right, because that's not that's not the length they make them damn skirts. A lot of y'all girls be doing it. Now I'm about to sound like somebody's daddy. I'm literally sounding like a parent, but I understand because I did raise my goddaughter, so that's probably where that's coming from. My mother passed. So, when it comes down to it, it's like, yeah, when y'all start perpetuating certain symbolisms and things in the industry, where y'all grooming these kids, and we heard the stories from the Nickelodeon, documentary, and then we hearing the stuff recently from Demi Lovato doing her documentary, and all the little stories that a lot of these adults now talk about, what the way the industry does to children, and that mental health situation where a lot of them come up screwed up, hardened, or all kinds of ailments. Some people make it out alive and make it with good head on their shoulders because they're lucky to make it through, but not a lot do. We should be having this at the situation. There needs to be people where it's like, why aren't the industry representing older people? Oh, probably because we know better and we're not going to put up with the bullshit. So that's why they're not going to pit people of a certain age and want to put in that money to support older artists, which I don't understand why. You think older people don't have money? You don't think older people go to concerts? Or, it's more relatable when you want to talk about love and relationship stuff, because experience comes with that. Can't no 13-year-old tell me about no love and no sex. I mean, I know y'all out here having it when y'all shouldn't, because I was. But I just don't like this whole grooming thing that they've been doing in the industry, and I'm glad it's all coming to roost. So, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said, oh, you probably know what I'm talking about. Wait, you said checker. You said, I wonder if there's any. Well, that was one of the stories that I saw on Radar Online. They were alluding to that. First of all, it was like two different stories. I was like, I don't want to have to go through both, but I should have just judged it up and pretty much said that, yeah, they were saying that it wasn't just high profile celebrities, but there's also politicians that has attended a Diddy freak off. And I'm sure that the way that Diddy's been moving up, because here's the thing, if he's having a freak off party and you're getting politicians to come to your parties, that's an easy way for him to do the trafficking, the human trafficking and all that other stuff. Because here's the thing, human trafficking is the number one thing in America, the number one issue. And I hear like the highest rate of human trafficking is in Atlanta. So I would not be, and I'm sure probably Texas or any of them areas that got a border. So I would not be surprised if he had a lot of those politicians who, were trying to perpetuate a certain image on the outside, but they real big freaks on the inside, and they come into his situation and doing all kinds of stuff with these underage girls. And now that he got the evidence on them, now it's like, it's a way for him to, oh yeah, now y'all can look the other way when I'm transporting drugs, allegedly, or transporting people, allegedly, in and out of the country, to work my freak offs, all them alleged, underage girls and boys, I'm sure he had up in there. Now we're going to find out where the bodies is buried, allegedly, when them videos come out. So now this is how I'm looking at it. I'm sure that rabbit hole goes real deep. They give warnings about it in airport. Oh, that's good. And they said, did Diddy do this stuff in other countries? That's a good question. That if he was having his freak off parties, like if he went to Colombia or he went to Venezuela, or if he went to like any, or Dominican Republic, any of those other places, if he went and traveled to other places, did he have freak offs and set up the parties there? I'm probably thinking that he probably felt more comfortable doing it. And that is a good question though. But as far as we know, it's probably that he probably did it as a way of, oh, it's easier for me to do it in my home in Star Island. It's easier for me to do it at this certain home, or the white parties in the Hamptons. Like when I have my parties there, it's easy for me to transport and do things there rather than in other countries. Whereas, we had Austin Wolf that was traveling to other countries and doing debaucherous things with people's children and filming it and allegedly selling it on the dark web. So they said, whenever I visit my parents, they always give warnings about trafficking in the airports. Where does your parents live? Do they live in Florida as well? Because I would not be surprised if it's like, yeah, Florida, Texas, Atlanta, those are the main places that they would be having. And now that I'm hearing about these gangs out in Denver, I would be surprised if it's happening there too. This rise in gang activity I've been hearing that's been going on in Denver. So it is Florida. Okay, so now, child, speaking of Austin Wolf, let's get into her because we got the latest. So y'all already know, you know, we've been talking the longest about how we've been waiting for this preliminary hearing to happen. It first was supposed to happen um in, I believe, what was it? Because I got to scroll up. July. It was what, July 20th. He was supposed to have a preliminary hearing that was supposed to be scheduled for July. It was rescheduled to the August 27th, and so now they moved it again. After we were told that it was August 27th, then they moved it to September 27th, which is in 2 days. And they said that both sides continue to negotiate a disposition of the case. The delay instigates that both parties are still working on a plea deal. And that was September 27th, right? Well, guess what? Guess what? Damn trial's been delayed again. Like, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing over there? Like, come on. So now we're just going to delay it like 4 times? Like, this is the latest. And y'all working my root canal nerve. Because that was like, okay. So maybe y'all need to stop setting dates and figure out what the hell y'all doing over there. So yeah, let's put up this old queen. Well, actually, let me not sexual. Well, she was always out here sexualizing people. I said, let's leave it on this. So basically, the latest news, shout out to Pride, by the way, because I knew it was like, let me go over there because they're the only ones that I've known that has been keeping up on this whole Austin Wolf trial and keeping me up to date on what's going on. Because I was like, wait a minute, I was thinking about this earlier. This is so weird. I was thinking about it earlier. I'm like, what's going on with this Austin Wolf case? And it's funny how like my brain works, and all of a sudden the universe will point me in the right direction. So I was like, so something in my brain just said, I heard it real loud too. So when people talk about they hear like voices, I'm gonna tell you that shit is real. The good voices. So something in my head literally was like, Chris, take your ass over to pride.com. And when I went on there, the first thing that popped up was this damn Austin Wolf story. So basically, it says a federal court in the Southern District of New York has granted another 30-day continuance, moving the deadline for the preliminary hearing or indictment to October 28th. Magistrate Judge Catherine H. Parker approved the extension at the request of both parties as discussion for a potential plea deal continue. Wolf, whose legal name is Justin Heath Smith, was arrested in June on federal child adult cinematography charges. Child porn, we'll call it, because you can't say the other word, and remains in custody. In the latest filing, Assistant U.S. Attorney Getzel Berger noted that both the defense and prosecution are continuing negotiations but do not expect to reach a resolution before the previous Friday deadline. Defense attorneys Michael Baldassare, I think is how you say his name, Baldassare, we'll go with that, and Thomas Andrikowitz consented to the extension. Berger emphasized that the continuance serves the interests of justice and outweighs the public and defendant's right to a speedy trial. Well, I guess I'm getting irritated because I'm like, okay, we need not some closure on the situation, but we need to know, okay, so is there a light at the end of this tunnel? When is he going to trial? When are we going to find out the latest of what's going on in this trial? And how long he going to jail? Because I feel like you're not getting out like the diddler. Well, I don't think the diddler is getting out either. But you and him, y'all probably cellmates up in the same prison. Because, yeah, we haven't mentioned on the show that Austin Wolf and Diddy are in the same Brooklyn prison. So, basically, that is the latest. The fact of the matter is, it's been moved again. And they're basically trying to figure out how to come to some sort of plea deal. Like, is he going to plead guilty? Is he going to plead not guilty? I guess in Austin's case, he feels like he's not guilty. But like Diddy pleaded not guilty, if they have enough evidence against you, you're not getting out of this. Like, you've been running around as if, with all this basically, and I guess I don't know if when they started saying, "Oh, they're picking on him because he's gay," because we're not gonna play that angle. But I do feel like it was a little shady that went about it. So now y'all went and arrested him 2 days before the main, Manhattan Pride that we always have, which is always the last Sunday of the month. So it was a little, it felt a little shady, maybe a little homophobic when they did it that way. But if y'all gonna catch somebody on doing some shady mess, then yeah, he need to go to jail. So that's basically the latest at this moment. I'm sorry, I don't have any more to give y'all in regards to this case, but I just want to give y'all an update. There's, they're still trying to figure out where they want to go in regards of this trial and whether or not, what the plea is. But I'm just curious to see where all this goes because, child, it's a mess. And based off of all the evidence and all the things we heard and me reading you the entire filation of it all when he was first arrested, like Diddy, they need to throw his ass under the jail. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think it is? Are y'all still disappointed that you feel like they dragging their feet in this situation? But it's probably a good thing that they're taking their time and dotting all their I's and crossing all their T's because you don't want to, especially when it comes to New York, like we don't play when it comes to, trials and things of that nature. They want to make sure they have everything where they need to have it so that way they don't screw this up and y'all let a predator out on the streets because we can't have that. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so it's like about a 3-hour drive away, but I don't drive, so okay. How you fly? Some people be like, how you out in Florida and don't drive? Same how I lived in California and didn't drive. There's so many ways you can get around California. Trust and believe. When I lived in Silver Lake, there were buses, there were subways, and there's Ubers. You don't need to drive to be in California. You stupid. I'm reading Ron's comment. I heard Suge Knight try to warn Diddler his life is in danger. Oh yeah, I saw that too, but I don't know why you trying to warn him. But it said I wonder if Austin and Diddy were in the same prison shower. You know what? When I was reporting this story about how they was they in the same prison, it had me thinking of that scene from the new season of Monsters when you had OJ Simpson next, neighbors with one of the Menendez brothers. And they've said that first of all, a lot of that wasn't true in regards of how they made it seem like that one of the Menendez brothers who was roommates. Who was it? Was it Eric Menendez? I'm trying to remember because I literally finished the whole season last night. Eric Menendez, I believe, was the one that was neighbors that was sharing a cell with OJ. Not sharing him, but they were neighbors. So, and then the COs was like, excited because he was there. Because here's the thing: when you work with a lot of COs, when you work with security, when you work with cops, when you work with anybody that plays in that warehouse, they're all big sports fans. So I totally see how it is. So thank you, because I see Felix saying, "Yeah, it was Eric." But so yeah, but they were trying to say that that was like this first time meeting them. There was first of all, OJ knew the Menendez brothers. They all knew each other in that whole town. Where it was like, they lived in one area. I think they lived in Calabasas. And then after the robberation happened between the boys robbing the neighborhood, basically, and the father cutting the check, going door to door. I said, you be a damn fool. I am not going door to door like I'm trick-or-treating to tell people that I stole from you and then my father cutting a check to pay them all back because you worried about your reputation. But that that reminded me of that because I was sitting there thinking like, oh, are they like cellmate, like next door to each other, like Diddy on one side of the wall and then Austin on the other side, and it had me thinking that. But they said yeah, that OJ knew them for years, but they try to imply it in the show like he just met them and he's a big fan. I'm like, so you did all your research, right, Ryan? You claim you did all your research yesterday in that interview that we posted. You ain't do all your research because if you did, you would have known that the Menendez brothers knew them. And I was also saying, like, I felt bad for Dominic Dunn and what happened with his daughter because I did like his daughter. I love Poltergeist. That was like one of my all-time favorite movies. And that boyfriend, what he did to her was despicable. However, the way Dominic Dunn was trying to use, allegedly, what they were saying, that how he would use his anger for that man getting only a short amount of time. I think when he got 3 years in prison for killing his daughter, for not getting what he felt was enough justice from the system, that he put all that energy in the Menendez brothers. And I truly feel that because of everything that was going on at the time with the Rodney King riots, the OJ trial, and then the Menendez brothers, that somebody had to roll. And unfortunately, the Menendez brothers' heads had to roll. But Lyle was a fucking idiot. Because if you believe the stuff based over the way they rolled it out, I'm like, this idiot out here snitching on the phone, thinking this girl loves him. He writing notes telling people to lie. Like, are you dumb? So he screwed them 2 times. if you was paying attention, the first time during the trial, which came into a mistrial. And here's the thing: that juror that had the heart attack, I was like, thank God that bitch was getting on my nerves. Was that Vicki Lawrence? Because I'm sitting there thinking, I was looking at her, I was like, is that Vicki Lawrence? I love Vicki Lawrence from Mama's Family. You stupid. You said Diddy is too old for Austin. I was born with epilepsy. Ooh, so I'd rather not risk it. Well, here's the thing. They always say, like, when you have seizures, that you shouldn't be driving. Because I remember my goddaughter's mother, who I believe died from complications from the seizure, and she wasn't taking care of herself. And that's why I had to step in and raise. Well, I was raising my goddaughter long before when, she left the earth. Because she was a mess, child. But I don't want to speak ill of the dead, so we're going to move on. But, after that, the seizure stuff is like, you can't be out here driving. So the best thing to do is have, Austin is the gay Trump. Keep delaying the trial until he's free. What the hell is this? No, or you think they're gonna do like the trial of the Menendez brothers? They was in jail for 7 years before we actually got a damn verdict, which is 2 life sentences. So it pretty much will be like that. A Muslim group endorsed Harris despite her views on Gaza. Well, probably because they know that this is because they're looking at the bigger picture. So if they do it, that's like, let the Muslims support her. Don't give all your eggs to the Jews. Don't let them be the catalyst of the whole situation. So if a Muslim group is Jesus Christ, my nose is itching. It's probably because, when you get older, you start to grow hair out your nose. I know that's gross. And plus, I'm still sick, as y'all know. But probably because they look at the bigger picture. If we endorse Kamala Harris, then we can bring ourselves to the table and talk about the possibility of can we get a ceasefire, sis? Because we did support you, we endorsed you. So now you got to step your pussy up and honor your stuff. And if you don't, we're gonna call you out. So I always feel like this is not the time and the place for y'all to be playing with our democracy. And I'm gonna get into that when we talk about Chapel Rome. So I'm gonna hold off on all of that. They're saying once she's in the White House, she could pull out of Gaza and tell Israel you're on your own. But while she's vice president, and the people have to realize vice presidents do not have power. You have no power here. I'm thinking of, Wizard of Oz. But here's the thing. When and speaking of which, Joe Biden, I heard, President Biden was on The View today. So, they was up in there kissing every crevice of his ass. Especially that damn Joy Behar. I don't know who kisses harder, her or Whoopi. But when you're a vice president, you really don't have a whole lot of power. It's a thankless job. It's a worthless job, quiet as it's kept. Like, you don't really step up until they take out the president, and then you get in to do the stuff. But for the most part, the fish rots at the fish head rots at the top, whatever the hell it is. And so that's what you have. So Biden is the current president. When she get in there, then y'all can bombard her with whatever. But it seems like a lot of people don't understand how politics works. Politics, and what people need to realize, especially when we talk about Chapel Rome, I know y'all like trying to look at things as black and white and, it should be either this way or this way. I'm like, sis, wait till you get to your late 30s, early 40s. Then you start to realize the world is not black and white. It's shades of gray. Everything ain't just either this or this. That's not how the world is. And when y'all young people get to be our age and get a little older, y'all will understand it. Should you make it there? Because, a lot of y'all like to run around trying to throw shade at the adults. And it's like, well, remember, you got to get to that age. And you better hope and pray you get to that age. You said she's limited. Exactly. She don't have that much power, but in this case was the biggest case till OJ's. Yeah, and then OJ came in overshadowed. You said, I said that too. I said, is that Vicky? You said Cleveland said it because it was that voice. That voice gave it away. I was like, is that Vicky Lawrence? I couldn't tell. But then she had the heart attack. I cackled. I was like, that bitch, good for her ass. Because the way she was acting. It's like the pageant. The first runner-up gets that title. That's what I'm saying. People need to understand politics before they start running off with the damn mouth. So, yeah, now we can move on from the Austin Wolf thing, and let's get into Bo DeMayo. And he is offering the latest. He's spilling tea in regards to the whole situation regarding X-Men 97. Now, according to him, because he was on social media, he was saying that X-Men 97 season 2 has been delayed until 2026 because apparently Disney is reworking all the scripts and stuff that he worked on for season 2. Because, he was fired over all whatever he said, allegedly, according to him, all the things that he wanted us to pay an OnlyFans fee to find out. So as reports about Marvel pushing the release of X-Men 97 Season 2 to 2026 have begun gaining traction, it appears that the controversy around the firing of the show's creator, Bo DeMeo, is far from over. Now, DeMeo now claims that Marvel left out his sophomore season plans involving Onslaught and Age of Apocalypse. Now, if y'all remember the season finale of the show, there was an implication that we were going into the Apocalypse story, which I'm gonna be upset if they don't even include the Age of Apocalypse, because I love Apocalypse. I love the storyline of that. But here's the thing that irritates me. Apocalypse already been done dirty with, and I like Oscar Isaac, but he was not the right choice. And number two, that movie with Apocalypse was the worst. And this is what happens when y'all hire people who don't have experience to direct. And if you had Jennifer Lawrence running around here saying, oh, he's an amazing. I said, girl, first of all, you should not be out here talking about who's amazing and who's not amazing. Just stay up there. First of all, you don't even like getting dressed up as Mystique in the blue stuff. So I don't even want to hear it from you because you was acting ungrateful playing that damn role. And I liked her as an actress, but she started getting a little too bitchy for me. So, what was it? Simon Kinberg, I believe, directed. It was like, that was a mess. And then he did another movie that was even worse. What was it called? 360, 365? Or one of them damn Charlie XCX name songs. Where it was like female assassins. Lupita Nyong'o was in the movie. It was a bad film, too. And Sebastian Stan. So the X-Men 97 creator claimed on Twitter that his initial plans for season 2 finale included the debut of Onslaught, a sentient psionic entity created by melding the consciousness of Professor Charles Xavier and Magneto, as well as Age of Apocalypse storyline. However, according to DeMeo, Marvel decided to cut the entire finale, shortening season 2 to only 9 episodes. So yeah, we did get, and I was like wondering, the way that they ended that finale, I was like, first of all, why is it only 9 episodes? That feels uneven. And then we did get a little bit of Apocalypse at the end. So you're telling us there was an extra episode that they deliberately cut that we didn't hear about. But why are we just hearing about it now? You know how long ago X-Men 97 ended? You should have said that before. But I guess at the time, he wasn't saying it then because he didn't feel the need to come out and say all the things he needed to say until all that stuff started coming out. And that was weeks later after the show ended. Then he started coming out with, revealing things behind the scenes of why he was fired and all that other stuff and said, oh, y'all can go over to my OnlyFans and pay $10 to find out the tea. I was like, first of all, I'm not paying no OnlyFans. If you're not showing me front or back, or I'm not getting to see you shoot a load from your peen, I'm not paying $10 to see you on no damn OnlyFans just to find out the tea. I'm gonna wait until all the blogs, like the Entertainment Weeklies and the Deadlines and the Hollywood Reporters do their story, and I'm gonna just read what they wrote and give my opinion. And I hate to have to reduce Bro DeMeo as like a sexual object. But son, when you on social media scantily clad, what else am I supposed to do? And you fine. So like, what else am I supposed to do? I'm sorry. I shouldn't sexualize him. When of course he's always spending a lot of time half naked all over Instagram and the Twitter. So if you're not showing hole or pole, yes, I'm not paying $10 for no OnlyFans. So notably, Marvel Studios sacked DeMeo ahead of the series premiere of X-Men 97. By then, he had reportedly finished writing the second season. Matthew Chauncey, a what-if writer, was hired as a replacement for DeMeo to develop the third season. It's unknown whether Chauncey will contribute to the season 2 rewrites if the reports of a delay are true. And I really need to reiterate that it has not been reported by any of the trades that X-Men 97 is coming out in 2026. This is what, the comic book movie.com and Superhero Hype and a lot of them are reporting. And Bo DeMeo saying the things that he's saying on social media. But Disney has not come out and said this. But since it's out there, let's entertain it. So just take it with a grain of salt, but let's entertain what's here. So he did put out a series of tweets, and I'm gonna read a couple of them. So, some people, when they're hearing about, if they say, "On God, I hope season 2 is lit," because I don't know how I'm gonna feel about season 2 if they deviate too much from how you frame season 2. Bo responded by saying, "For what I'm hearing, the one director and exec who fought me and anyone else who loved the comics at every turn during season 1 has tossed most of what I had planned out. At one point, the exec was pushing Emma and Logan being a couple." What? No, why don't nobody know damn Emma Frost and Wolverine being a couple? Another part where somebody said was, "So they changed it at Bo DeMayo's scripts. Shit finna go left. SMH." He said, "Yep, pretty sad. Season 2 was only 9 episodes because of this and them canning my Onslaught / AOA finale. But Marvel loves shooting themselves in the foot, especially with certain directors and execs pushing their backwards, we know better than the comics agenda." Well, actually, you don't, because here's the thing, and this is what irritates me about comic book movies, comic book shows, and things adapted from video games, all of that stuff. The source material is there. The blueprint is there. You can look at, if you're going to look at different things about Age of Apocalypse, if you want to do certain storylines, you use that as the blueprint, but then also put your own spin on the situation. But the foundation's already been laid for you to follow. Why do you have to come and try to think and act like you know better than those of us who are the comic book fans and want to watch the thing and see it play out in, you know, animated or live action form? Y'all want to come in and do whatever it is y'all want. And then y'all wonder why phase 4, whatever phase we in now, been a hot ass mess. Because y'all just coming in and trying to do whatever and think you know better. And you wonder why the Star Wars franchise is a mess too. Because y'all deviated so far away from the lore that the Star Wars fans is over it, me included. Because I used to be a Star Wars fan, but now I can give a damn. I just stick to, the old ones. A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. And there's a couple of little one-offs that I like too. And I like The Mandalorian, which I'm hearing that the new movie that they have coming out with is actually the series finale. So we're not even getting another series. I think this is wrapping it all up. I just heard that story today. So it's what else? So another person put the onslaught that we've also seen in Marvel versus Capcom, and he says yes. And then he posted something or another and said, "Oh, trust me, the crew who were fans and myself were furious when a certain exec came in after letting me write the script, knowing they were going to can it, and said they cooled on the idea and I was being too ambitious. Same exec who gave the less gay notes. Also said that there's a reason I'm trying to speak out on this. The stuff that happened was insane, and some of these people names have already been ID'd on Reddit." Well, damn, I gotta take a gander over the Reddit because I don't be knowing who all these damn people are. It's a lot of information to take in. Then another person said, "People like me are dying to see an AOA and Onslaught would have been epic, and they wonder why their project are having diminishing returns. You gave us what we wanted to see, so hats off to you." And he says, "Yeah, sorry guys, but when Marvel protects a director who openly discriminates against anyone who isn't like them, writes off Claremont as an old white man whose stories we should be adapting and instead do our own versions, what do you expect?" He also talked about this whole situation about how his version was, excuse me, supposed to be dark and gritty. That was the direction he was going to go into. But Disney, being Disney, is like, no, we don't want to go dark. We want to cater more to be it more light and family friendly and for the kids. And here's the thing. X-Men 97 is called X-Men 97 for a reason. My generation grew up watching X-Men 97. These little kids don't know shit about no X-Men 97 unless my generation who have kids are showing them the old things. It's kind of like when you grew up watching movies like The Goonies, The Neverending Story, that sort of thing, Gremlins. When I had my children, when I'm always around kids or whatever the case is, or when I used to babysit and all this other stuff, Or whenever I have kids come over and hang out, or whatever it is, when it's like, if it's a house full of people and you want to entertain the kids and have them in one room while the adults in the other room, it's like you pop on a Gremlins movie, you pop on these little things, you want to introduce them. It's like even friends of mine who I've known who are in their 30s and 20s and stuff that have never seen these movies. I've always had like little movie nights where it's like, okay, a lot of my younger friends who are of age, that's what I'm saying, like 20s and 30s. Like even my last roommate, who I can think came from like not so subtly, it was like an abusive home, so he wasn't privy to a lot of certain movies and stuff as I was growing up. So at times when we would have like movie nights, I would put on an old film, be like, "Watch this with me." I was like, "You've never seen it." He likes it, so you want to introduce people to those things. So when you get those little kids, why does the industry always trying to pander to children? They don't know nothing about no Transformers or X-Men and things of that nature. So it's like, yeah, my generation, when we have children, we're going to pass that down to the kids and they'll watch it along with us. But for the most part, trust and believe, a lot of those X-Men 97 fans are my generation, are Gen X, Gen Z. No, well, I don't know if Gen Z, but why I keep forgetting my millennials? It's like, yeah, millennials. Gen X, Zennials, Millennials, they're the ones who are watching X-Men 97. I don't think it's, little kids. Unless, like I said, their parents is watching it and the kid comes in the room and is watching it with them and they see all the animation, they're entranced by it. So one person said, and now will it be darker? Then he goes, this is a lie. They felt my season 2 was too dark. And then another person said, and now it will be darker. Apparently, a story. And then Bo says, apparently, a story about fighting for a world that hates and fears you should be light and fair. I try reminding them that the OG series succeeded because it didn't pander to kids. I was ignored and undermined by this executive director. And this is exactly my point, is that when I was growing up as a kid in the 80s and 90s, when we watched cartoons, G.I. Joe, X-Men, um, a lot of those type of animated shows, they didn't pander to us. We just watched it. A lot of the stuff went over our head because trust and believe, a lot of the writing and stuff in there was a bit adult. When you look back and I'm like, oh my God, how'd they get away with that? But a lot of the animated stuff that I watched growing up, they didn't pander to us. And I think that's what we like. But one of the things now is that you can't talk down to people because they'll see it. And it's like, yeah, a lot of the shows succeeded because they didn't pander to kids. And he said that he was undermined and ignored. He also mentioned something because I was like looking for the thing that was said about Storm, that I thought was interesting because I don't want to sit here and read all of these. We'll be here all damn day. Um, Damn, I can't find it because I think he was talking about that they were making comments about how Storm was too dark and that they would need light to see her or whatever the case was. And then basically it was like, oh wait, no, I didn't find it. So yeah, they were basically, yeah, he had said something or another about how, there was comments about Storm's reflection, complexion, and how, oh, you need the light to see her, or whatever the case was, and the fact that it's not realistic that she would have white hair, and how he responded, he threw a little shade at the people who made that, that comment about her being too dark. So now y'all making colorism comments in regards to that. And I know some people will feel a way that, oh, you out here, you can't be talking because some of the certain things that you said on social media. Well, I don't know. I can't get into that because I don't know Bo's heart. But if he was dealing with some discrimination and racism and probably just going along to get along at the time, and now he's, having the revelations of feeling how he feel, then that's his situation that he got to deal with. If you got that self-hatred and stuff going up in your heart, I don't know him personally, so I can't speak on that. But that's something he got to work on. But if he's been out here windmilling hard for diversity and inclusion, and y'all trying to whitewash and ruin X-Men 97, we'll see when the new season comes out. So I'll say this, 2026, y'all better not be having us waiting no 2 damn years for a new season of X-Men 97 because I'm going to be tight. It's like, first of all, if y'all already had your first 2 seasons laid out, pay Bo his little coin. If he's going to get on social media and say whatever he's going to say, let him say it. Who cares? I feel like at certain points, y'all are just trying to bait him, not bait him, but you're trying to spite him. It feels like it's a little pettiness thrown up in here that y'all trying to spite him because he's been on social media spilling too much tea, running his mouth, whatever. So what? Who cares? Let him say what he want to say. Y'all still got jobs. He's still over on social media saying what he want to say. But you feeling like that's gonna you changing up his whole script and spiting him? Because I'm sure when the season come out, he's gonna get on social media and be like, "Oh, so this part I wrote." And they went and changed this whole thing. This is my initial idea. Same thing he did with Blade. So I'll definitely keep my eyes on this story as it develops. But I'm like, no. First of all, this whole 2-year wait, no. Because first of all, I'm already irritated with Netflix, who like canceling shows after one damn season, but make us wait 6 years for another season. Like, why are we waiting so damn long for Stranger Things? Y'all been filming that, it seemed like for like 5 years already. I feel like I've been waiting for a new season of Stranger Things, like I've been waiting for this new Blade reboot. That's what I feel like. So yeah, so I say all to say, what do y'all think of this story? Are y'all here for what Bo had to say in regards to revealing certain things? And I guess we'll see what if they do use the Age of Apocalypse storyline and Onslaught and all this other stuff, what direction they're gonna go in once season 2 comes about. And if they do try to make it lighter, because first of all, if y'all change up the overall tone of this upcoming season of season 2 and don't give me my adult animation, then I'm gonna not watch your show. And I'm about to cancel Disney Plus because I be feeling like Disney Plus, y'all keep raising y'all damn prices, but I have yet to see y'all give me anything of quality on that damn streaming service. So, besides Agatha all along, but one damn show is not enough for me to pay some damn $16 damn dollars. Because now I just got a notice today or yesterday that they're upping the price again. For why? What are you raising it for? You need what is the animation department running low on cash? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. And speaking of comments, we got a lot. Okay, so you said, I hear we're only getting thinking of my nerves with that foolishness. And they said the ending was with the X-Men in the past and the future. I was and did not see did not see I could have sworn I seen the pilot because first of all, when they once they showed the desert, I was like, I knew that was the direction they were going to because I feel like it was similar to when they did that with the movie. But there's a game I wish they'd make a movie of it would be Kingdom Hearts. There's so much story there. I don't know why I've heard that there was talk of a Kingdom Hearts movie, but I have to look and see if that's true. Well, look, Storm and Wolverine was a couple, and it's funny because Halle Berry told about that the other day when she was promoting her movie, the new movie Never Let Go. She was on Sway in the Morning, and she was talking about that. She was like talking about the many women that Wolverine was in a relationship with, and Wolverine also spoke multiple languages, so they need to incorporate that as well. And a lot of people don't know that, or I guess unless you don't follow comics. But yeah, Wolverine spoke a multitude of languages. They need to incorporate that in there too and show like how smart he was. He wasn't just an animal going around cutting people up. He was charm to him. But yeah, I would love to see Storm and Wolverine played out as a couple. But y'all gonna also stop wasting Storm as well. You said in an alternate universe they have a daughter. I said now that Stan Lee is gone, Marvel's being well for the worst. The millennials cannot have nothing. Okay, we can't have nothing. You said me and my mom loved the cartoon. Oh, I did too. I used to love Gargoyles. I used to watch that. I used to watch Batman the Animated Series. So when they brought Batman the Animated Series back on Prime Video, of course, I watched every episode. And I liked it. Not so much though. I felt like halfway through the series, that's when it started getting good. The beginning was it was a little rocky, but halfway through it got good. But yeah, I love the Gargoyles series. I used to watch Gargoyles. I used to watch Animaniacs. That was another one of my favorite animated cartoons. And then we watched the old X-Men cartoon they showed on Saturday. Please, you couldn't tell me nothing. Like Saturday mornings would come, I would watch that. I was watching Saved by the Bell. I was watching California Dreams. I was like, Saturday was my day. California Dreams was such a good damn show. I was mad when they canceled it. Yes, honey. And you know, we getting a sequel to Goonies. Well, they said that Steven Spielberg is going to direct it. So if Steven Spielberg's behind it and y'all bringing back some of the cast, including like Sean Astin, Ke Huy Quan, and Josh Brolin, then I'm here for it. If y'all can bring back a lot of the cast, I don't know if they're gonna bring back Corey Feldman because Corey's a mess. But I would like to see the old gang come back. And I don't even think they bring back Chunk. They probably have to recast that role because Chunk is an attorney now. He's a entertainment lawyer, so he don't act no more. But maybe they will bring him back for that. Let's say Gremlins, Never Ending Story. Yep. Turn around after what you see. Child, I love that Lee Mall song. And so they said, Millennial Life, loved our childhood. The Goonies is the movie I cannot wait to watch with my kids. I love that movie, and so do my siblings. Oh, please. You know how many times I've seen that movie? And of course, that Cyndi Lauper song, that gets me too. And it says, same, do something different. My nieces and nephews love What If. I watched some of it with them. I watched a couple of episodes too. I couldn't really get into it. And then when season 2 came around, I totally forgot about it. So maybe I'll give it again. My brother was a big fan of gargoyles too. I never sat down and watched it. Those gargoyle creatures were not doing it. I was like, yeah, I did actually like that show when I was growing up. I used to watch that and Power Rangers. That was another one that was like one of my favorite shows. Fox Kids. And then it said that theme song is literally our national anthem. I never missed the intro, and my siblings and I would get super pumped. And so you said they used the show Captain Planet, then X. I don't think I ever seen Captain Planet. I cannot stop thinking about Captain Planet, another great show and incredibly informative. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you remember Linka. They are doing a movie of Cobra Kai. Well, you know what? I am taking my time with Cobra Kai. I just finished watching the season before the recent season. And now I'm about to go into the half of the current season. And because, you know, Kreese done escaped from prison. So now we got to worry about that. And Cobra Kai is no more because that other asshole from Karate Kid Part 3, I think he locked up. They had that big old fight at the end, which I was loving. I was like, this whole episode about everybody beating each other up. And I was glad when, you know, Miyagi-Do was beating up Cobra Kai because Cobra Kai was getting on my damn nerves. And then they had the two girls joined up. Damn, I forgot her name. The one that was messing with with Johnny's son. I'm glad she finally came over to the other side because she realized she was being used. She's you ain't using me no more. And then she had to beat that Asian chick up because she had her break her hand on that little, what you call it? I'm sitting here talking about the whole season. Love Cobra Kai. That show is so damn cheesy, but I just be invested. And it's first of all, you know, Karate Kid was like one of my all-time favorite movies. I think the first time I seen that film, I was little. You know how like I don't know if for those of you who've never been, there was a drive-in theater, and I remember when I went to, I think it was the Fresh Air Fund or whatever, and that's like when you stay at people's houses. It was me and my sister. We got to go to different people's houses, and I remember we stayed with this couple. This lady had a waterbed. Child, you should have never showed me that because I used to jump on it. And then her and her boyfriend, we got in a truck, and they used to take us to the theater, the drive-in theater, and I'd never experienced something like that. And it was so cool because I got to just be in my pajamas, and then just had popcorn from the house, and you basically just got to watch like a triple feature. So it was like, damn, what's the name of that movie? Twilight Zone, the movie, because they used to show a lot of old movies, like down the road. So it wasn't always just like new stuff in there. That's what I liked about it. And so we saw that. We saw Gremlins, and that's why I saw for the first time at a drive-in. That movie freaked me out, but I always wanted a Mogwai. But I was little, so I was like scared of them Gremlins. And then what was it? And then we saw damn, I think I saw. I was like, oh, and then I saw the Karate Kid, the first one, and I loved it. The '80s had so many good damn movies. And so I could not watch Stranger Things. It hits too hard, and that first episode was so obvious Goonies reference. Yeah, a lot of the show is very much influenced by Goonies. It's very, Spielbergian in tone. And it said, my ex is a big fan of Cobra Kai. He is a massive nostalgia 80s and 90s guy. Oh yeah, that's why I love anything 80s and 90s. I love watching a lot of those old movies. And yeah, that some of the things in there is cringe, but and it's like we bypass that and we just watch it for what it is because there's nothing we could do about the stuff that was in those films. So we just we can't do nothing about what was in there, but we just watch the films. There was something I was watching the other day, the old Red Dawn with C. Thomas Howell and Patrick Swayze. I had forgotten how good that movie was. And Leah Thompson. That was on HBO Max. That's why I was watching because sometimes when I be traveling on the train going to and from working a lot of these live events, I'd be like, I need something to watch. So I'd be like feeling a little nostalgic, and so I'd be throwing on little old '80s movies, cartoon we weren't supposed to watch. Oh please, I used to watch Ren and Stimpy too. But yeah, that is a fact. Like we was not supposed to be watching no Ren and Stimpy. I used to sneak and watch that and Beavis and Butthead. I wasn't allowed to watch that either. Yeah, Wacko Yakko and Dot. Yes, Josh Brolin. Josh Brolin was so cute. First of all, he fine still, but I used to have the biggest crush on Josh Brolin when I was little. I was like, who is this man? And I didn't know what homosexuality was, but I was like looking at him like, ooh, who is that? I had a crush on him and a trail. I was like, ooh, that it was the hair. That's what it was. I was like, who was this cutie up in here? And I cried when Artax died. I could not watch Sicario and not think of Goonies grown up. And you said the Cyndi Lauper song does hit hard. Oh, please. Especially like when they show them riding them bikes down the street and they playing that damn song. Oh, you said Tori. You said that's Johnny's son's girlfriend. Oh, yeah, Tori. Thank you. Because I can remember her name. I know one of y'all would remember. Yeah, when Tori and Daniel's son's daughter used to be getting in their fights and then they finally joined forces and beat that old Asian chick behind. I was like, yes, get her ass. E.T. was the first one I remember seeing her drive-in. When did I see E.T.? Oh, I saw it on VHS. And I'm still mad to this day, but look, I didn't have control over the theater. That movie and The Thing came out at the same time, and E.T. beat it at the box office. And The Thing, literally to this day, is one of my all-time favorite movies. I love that freaking film. I could pop that on anytime. The practical effect still stands. I love Kurt Russell. I love that film. And I'm just upset. I'm like, damn, this movie should have been a hit. But it's a classic now. That and They Live. John Carpenter is someone who is just underrated in regards to the films he gives. We all remember drive-ins. They are pretty great and very family friendly. I hope they bring more of them. They really need to bring those back. That's why I was like, when we feel a little nostalgic, I would really love for them to bring back drive-ins. Drive-ins was so lit back in the day. And to me, it's just like, yeah, I love sitting up in there and just like, they just need to find a creative way to bring them back. I think we all did. I think we all pretty much wore our pajamas to the drive-in. We just having a nostalgia moment before we get back to the show. It's a Nickelodeon MTV cartoons were a trip in the 90s. Yeah, that's what was like. These days, I don't know, I feel so bad for the new generation because our shows was lit when we was growing up. You all need to rewatch Point. Oh no, that's you telling. First of all, you know how many times I've seen that movie? Him and Keanu Reeves. Now that's spank bank. Okay, let me stop being nasty. Him and fine ass Keanu Reeves up in that movie. You can't beat your meat to Point Break. Or say Josh Brolin is still fine. And I know he likes walking around naked too. I remember hearing that story. And there's photos of him doing like a nude shoot. That hair, you all right, a big part of it. Is that hair? And it said, yes, come on, Josh Brolin. Yeah, I think I saw ET on VHS. I didn't see it on cable. But I feel like most people, saw Josh Brolin, saw ET like years later on cable because cable was a big thing. That's how we all got to rewatch, excuse me, and discover, a lot of movies that was in the theater because we had to wait a long time for that stuff to come on. Once cable came along, you know, it helped things, progress and us to get to see a lot of those things that we saw as kids that we got to get our hands on. You said, fuck the we need a whole desk of separate live discussing Stephen King movies and the nightmares he generated. Well, you know what? Maybe that was an idea because, October is coming next month. And for Halloween, I'm thinking I might want to do like a special, separate live discussing Stephen King movies because we do have Salem's Lot coming out. So we could sit and do a separate live based on that because we could set a whole situation surrounding it. You just gave me an idea. I'm going to start writing that down now. So hold on. Please hold as I get my pen. If I got find one that works, because like all of a sudden I got all these damn pens and then the ink be wanting to try me. Because I'm thinking we could discuss Stephen King movies. We could do like special ones about like Final Girl slashers, that sort of thing. Because I was feeling like because I don't want to do like this whole well it's like top nine that whatever. We could just sit and do a whole show about like these sort of things. Especially with like when we talk about Stephen King, because it's like, yeah, I do like a lot of Stephen King stuff. Some of it is hit, some of it is a miss. But I was like, y'all should let me know in the chat if that'd be something y'all be into. I'm like, we could switch it up and do a little something different. It don't always need to be celebrity news and gossip. But anyway, speaking of celebrity news and gossip, let's move on. Let's talk about Miss Halle Berry, who is still promoting or was promoting her latest movie, Never Let Go, because we did talk about her a little bit earlier in passing. And she's talking about that she's ready to take center stage with her very own spinoff in the John Wick universe. Now, if you saw John Wick Parabellum, which is the third installment, there was a little backstory that we got from Halle Berry Sophia. And I'm like, with her backstory, especially with the fact that she said she had to give up her daughter, and John Wick basically helped hide her daughter. And, she became a manager at one of the um oh my God, the Continental in Casablancas. I almost said Calabasas. So, she became a member of one of the managers. And because John Wick, everybody was trying to take him out, he goes to her and asks her for help because he had like the thing with the blood oath, the bond. So he's like, you owe me. And she had to, risk her life and the secret of her hidden child to help John. Now that leaves a door open for possibility of a Halle Berry solo film, which I think is a great idea. Because here's the thing. We were supposed to get a Halle Berry Jinx spinoff when she did Die Another Day. Apparently we didn't get it because it came out, I think, recently, where she said in an interview that the reason why is because they didn't think that spending an $80 million budget on a black woman leading an action film was going to be profitable. And this is a lot of what this industry likes to do in regards of anybody who's a minority. Y'all don't think black people can sell movies overseas. We've proven that to be incorrect. You don't think that a woman of Halle Berry's caliber can sell a film. She is one of the biggest well-known action, well, not even action movie stars, but movie stars of the world. And she's an Oscar winner. And when we've watched Halle Berry in certain things, she's proven that she can kick ass and take names. We've seen her kick butt in Die Another Day. We've seen her kick butt in that horrible freaking movie that's on Netflix with Mark Wahlberg. I can't even watch that. That was a one and done. But she definitely did her thing in that movie. She also directed a film where she played an MMA fighter. So we know she could definitely kick butt. And yeah, her little sequence, her short but sweet moment in John Wick, Parabellum, we definitely know she could do stunts. But I don't need her out here trying to kill herself because, look, there was certain things when she said she broke her damn ribs. So we don't need you getting injuries for throwing yourself in there. So basically, according to Cinema Blend, they said, given the ending of John Wick Chapter 4, it still remains to be seen if this franchise main film series will continue with John Wick Chapter 5, or if this is indeed the end for Keanu Reeves' title character. Well, word on the curve is we are getting a Chapter 5, but it's going to be a while because Chad Stahelski is working on his Highlander movie that's supposed to star my other husband, Henry Cavill, which they're supposed to start filming in January. So he's a little busy at the moment. But with his, with the attachment and with Lionsgate, he is building a John Wick universe. And I do feel y'all need to get that ball rolling because John Wick is a popular character and you're trying to get this universe built. Y'all really need to get moving quickly with it because y'all taking a little too long with building out these, these things. So next year we do have a spinoff called Ballerina, which you will know is going to focus on like if you saw it, speaking of Parabellum, the girl that was dancing on stage, and then you had Angelica Houston's character, again, her with the tattoo on the back and all that stuff. That is the character that Ana de Armas is actually going to be playing in the new movie that they have coming out. So there's a character, a solo film based on that character. And now, like I said, Ana de Armas is playing that part. Now, we've seen Ana de Armas kick butt, speaking of James Bond. It's funny how everything falls right back to James Bond, right? The last James Bond movie, Ana de Armas was in there. Even though I had my mixed feelings on that film, Ana de Armas was the best part of that damn movie. So I'm really looking forward to seeing her playing an assassin / ballerina. That's being directed by Len Wiseman, who, used to be married to Kate Beckinsale and did the first two Underworld movies. And then did Live Free or Die Hard. So that's his. And also, he did a remake of Total Recall, which I have a soft spot for that movie. I know a lot of people don't like it because I guess it's serious in tone, but I actually liked that film. I thought it was pretty good. It was a little too serious in parts, but I liked the film and I liked, what's his name? I like Colin Farrell in it. So yeah. So now it basically says, so we have that coming out. And then we also have a movie focused on Donnie Yen's Kane. That, he was a character that the blind assassin that was trying to take out John Wick in the last John Wick, part 4. So her character, Sophia Al-Azwar, who, was introduced in the film, they're talking about that she's supposed to be getting her own spinoff. And the actress says that she's still game to provide, for this, provided it happens sooner or later. Now, while Beverly was talking about her new movie, Never Let Go, which is now playing on the 2024 release schedule, with the Hollywood Reporter interviewer Brian Davids brought up how he'd been expecting John Wick Chapter 4 to bring Sophia back, especially envisioning that she and John would have been racing to protect her daughter, which I really feel would be a great segue. So if she doesn't even get her own solo film, I feel like that is the perfect way to set up John Wick Chapter 5. It's sort of like John Wick supposed to be dead. Sophia is trying to get, find her daughter, whatever the case was, something happening with that. All of a sudden, she finds out John Wick ain't dead, and he comes in and pretty much helps her out, which reignites this whole snowball effect of some new kind of story or whatever that can happen with keeping Keanu Reeves going in this universe. So maybe that's what needs to happen with John Wick 5, is that y'all need to kind of use this Sophia story as a catalyst to revive John Wick and find out what the next thing he's going to do. So they basically said the following. So Davis asked Barry if she'd ever let herself think that far ahead in terms of where things could go. She said the following. To be fair, there are a lot of characters in the John Wick franchise who only appeared in one movie, and it was said with the only regular players being Amy Shane's Winston, Lance Henriksen, Sharon, who passed away. So, shout out to Lance Henriksen. But I'm like, wait a minute. So where is the part where she said? Because they said, she said this. Because I'm like, wait a minute, did I miss something? Because I don't even see her comment. Because they said that she answered the following, and I don't see where the comment is. So where is the comment? Hold on. Let me go to Cinema Blend and see if the comment is there. Because I'm like, wait a minute. How y'all write? Oh, yeah. She said, yeah, I wish that would have happened, but that's not the route they went. I thought that would have been a cool storyline. We talked about it. That's for sure. We seeded it with John Wick Chapter 3, and we talked about a spinoff with Lionsgate that could potentially happen. We need to do it sooner rather than later, but that could potentially happen. And I love the universe. I love John Wick, and I love that character. So you never know. We'll see. So that's basically what she said. Now, I do agree that she deserves her own spinoff, because how we sitting up here bringing in characters people aren't familiar with, like this ballerina thing, which I'm hearing good things about. Even Under the Armas was coming out saying, "Oh yeah, like she was pleasantly surprised in regards of like what people are going to be in for in regards to like the set pieces, the action, all that other stuff." And I do remember at one point they were done, but then Chad Stahelski said, "Oh no, they had to go in and put more action into it." And I agree because if you're going to do John Wick. We want to see them John Wick isms. No, John Wick got his own style of fighting, but we definitely want to see like if you're going to put a female at the center of it all, we definitely want to see her up in there. Like, how would someone like a woman work within this whole universe? I still want a damn spinoff of, I mean, not a spinoff, but a sequel to, speaking of in that universe of sorts, Atomic Blonde. When we get a sequel to that? I actually like that movie. And I like Charlize Theron when she does action. She's pretty good with that. So I definitely would love to see that. And I don't understand why Hollywood tends to think that we don't want to see female-centric action movies. I love watching women kick butt on the screen. I want to see Michelle Rodriguez in more female-centric action parts and not just doing the Fast and the Damn Furious. So there's so many women out here who really are good at kicking butt on the screen. Like my favorites, I would say, would be Mila Jovovich. Um, who else? Halle Berry, Charlize Theron. I want to see more stuff. Also, when we had Anya Taylor-Joy playing Furiosa, I would definitely love to see her in more action type stuff. I'm definitely curious to see what Ana de Armas is going to bring to this part, but I do feel like they need to do this sooner rather than later because, to be honest, Halle Berry ain't getting any younger. She's in her mid-50s. We already have Keanu Reeves who just turned 60. So if y'all trying to get everything going in regards to this, you need to hurry up and get him, back into working out and stuff and doing those scenes too. Because, the older you get, you start moving a little slow. But if you need to kind of speed up the situation, you might want to have his double come in and do a couple of the crazy stuff. It's like, Keanu, we know you can kick butt, but we don't need you trying to break your body parts just so that way you can prove that you could do action because we know you could do action. So I say all this to say, with Ana de Armas getting her own film and Donnie Yen's Kane getting his own spinoff, Halle Berry should be getting her own spinoff. And yes, it needs to happen sooner or later because, like I said, she is not getting any younger. But they also said, along with Ballerina and Kane films, there is a TV series in development called John Wick Under the High Table, which will take place after Chapter 4 and follow new characters who attempt to bring down this criminal organization. So I definitely want to see that because I was like, yeah, I do feel like the next thing that needs to happen is the high table needs to be brought to its knees. Like there's definitely a story there. And given Halle Berry's, super star power, why the hell we can't get a spinoff with her? Like, you know how big Halle Berry is? And I trust and believe people will go to the movies and see this. Sidebar, I will say this and I'm going to wrap up this story. We went about how we could salvage Hennifer's career. I need her to do a John Wick type of franchise. That's what you need to jump in here for. Stop with the rom-coms. Because I just heard she's about to jump in and do a rom-com for Netflix. Ma'am, who is advising you on these movie choices? Like, I feel like you definitely need to be another one who needs to jump in that space. I loved her in films like Out of Sight and when she playing that tough chick role. Bring that New York attitude-ism into what you do, and you are a dancer, so you definitely can pick up fight choreography. So I definitely would love to see Jennifer Lopez playing in the John Wick universe. So somebody need to put that out there and get her in one of those movies. Who is advising her? Benny, you need to fire Benny Medina because Benny don't know what the hell he's doing over there. But I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Would y'all love to see a spinoff of Halle Berry in the John Wick universe? I definitely would love to see this story of her reuniting with her child that she had to give up because she was playing in this world and playing in that juxtaposition of you trying to ward off assassins, trying to kill you, but also, when it comes down to it, you're trying to work on a relationship or develop a relationship with your estranged daughter. So trying to play in that wheelhouse, plus you trying to ward off, killers, that'll be a good juxtaposition. You get the emotional and you get the action. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so we have comments, of course. The entire The Stand is available on, I was about to say on white people, on YT, YouTube. Wait a minute. Why the hell would they be putting The Stand on YouTube? But which one? Is it the original one or the one that Whoopi Goldberg was in when she had that white hair? When she was playing who? Was she playing, who was she playing? Mother Abigail? I'm trying to remember. I've never seen that one. That the whole thing with the entire The Stand, the recent one. You said, oh, unrelated. Can we please do Eyes Wide Shut? I would have to rewatch that movie. Why we talking about Tom Cruise? He said, yes, we are into it. So we could do a thing in October where we just talk about like horror films or whatever. Because I hate the fact that then there's people out here who only think that I can do celebrity news and gossip. It's like, no, if y'all watch this show, y'all know I can talk music news, I can talk movie news. I went to film school, so I am a movie fan. I've always been a fan of cinema. It's like ever since like my father always introduced me into a lot of movies, and my grandmother was a big movie fanatic too. So whenever me and my siblings, we would go stay at my grandparents for weekends and stuff. The first thing my grandmother would do is she would take us to the movies. We go see a movie, and then they take us to the Sizzler. That's what they did. Or sometimes we go to Red Lobster. Sooner than later, what is she in a rush for? She ain't do nothing. She just well, look, Halle Berry out here making her movie. She's in that movie Never Let Go, which I'm hearing mixed reviews on. And she did that film with Mark Wahlberg, the action film that was on Netflix. That was terrible. So she's been out here working. But I think that she's probably like, yeah, and then she was supposed to do that show with Kim Kardashian, but she dropped out of it. So there's less on her plate. I know she's supposed to be doing an action movie called Maud v. Maud. I don't know what's going on with that with Angelina Jolie, where they're playing like assassins. So I don't know if it's gonna be kind of like Mr. and Mrs. Smith in that kind of way where it's like going against each other. But um I guess she's saying sooner rather than later because I feel like she's saying it because I'm not getting any younger. On the outside, she looks great. Halle Berry looks very youthful on the outside, but you got to realize that them knees, the pain that you get when you're in your 50s, well, I don't know because I'm not in my 50s yet, but I can imagine that it's hard for people of us once you're in your 50s to recover even worse than you would in your 40s and 30s. So I could definitely understand that. But here's the thing: it's like you can do some of the action, but if there's anything difficult, let your stunt double deal with it. I know a lot of these actors with their ego want to run around and have the bragging rights and be like, well, yeah, I did this move and I did this and I did. And it's like, first of all, I'm not doing all that because I need to be here to do these scenes. I don't want to put anybody in a position, especially the insurance companies. Like I ain't trying to be Tom Cruise. And that's what I love about Dave Bautista because Dave Bautista was like, he said, I paid my dues with the wrestling and all this stuff. He's like, to be honest, I don't like doing a lot of this action stuff. I leave it up to the stunt doubles to be doing all that. And people get up, really? You don't like that? No, what the hell you need to do all that for? He don't need to be up in here throwing himself in the walls and shit. What he got to prove? Damn well that Dave Bautista get up there and do all of that stuff. But why am I trying to fuck up my back when you paying these stunt doubles to do all that? They get paid the good bucks to get thrown through windows. You don't need to. I don't need to do all of that. I'll show up when you just when I'm laying on the floor and it's like in action and the glass hit my face and I pretend I went through the glass. There's all kind of tricks that they do in the movies when it comes to action. But I'm like, I'll do other stuff. Like I'll get up in there and I'll do the fight choreography and stuff. But any of the difficult stuff, I gotta jump on people and flip them over. Have my stunt double do that. Make me look good. That's what I liked about Ryan Gosling in The Fall Guy. He was basically brought out all the stunt people that he had that worked with. He had like 5, 6 different stunt doubles for certain situations, jumping out the plane, the doing the flips and all the other stuff. It's like, yeah, let them do all of that stuff. I just come in and look good. What y'all gonna do? Kick my behind because you made a real action movie. It said, yeah, this ain't the Shaw Brothers. It said we so need to do a live, especially with current events. And you said she fought a lot in that. Oh yeah, she definitely did. Even though that movie is god awful. But yeah, she definitely was fighting, doing a lot of the choreography in that movie. Yeah, she was supposed to get a Jake spinoff, but it didn't happen. I told her why. It's like, yeah, because they didn't think that she could sell a film. I don't know who told y'all that. First of all, a lot of us, when we go see movies, if we like the actor, we're going to support them. And that's how it was in those days. But, people in the industry and their blatant racism, they did that with Catwoman. What? They spent money on her with Catwoman. That movie was terrible. But it is a cheesy, guilty pleasure. Halle is known and people like her. She has moved in the action direction for a long while. And yeah, they need to capitalize on that. Very few women Halle age are action stars. I mean, who else in Hollywood that is Halle age is still that girl? Exactly. And oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I love Angelina Jolie in action too. So even though, it's a Highlander, there can only be one. Okay. And that one is going to be Henry Cavill. I Am Immortal. That Highlander intro went hard too. I also remember the dude who was the Highlander. His sister was in Baywatch. Oh, was she? Are you talking about Adrian Paul? Oh no, it can't be Alexander Paul. I don't know if they're related. And so they said my friend Vinny's favorite Mila Jovovich movie was Ultraviolet. What is my favorite Mila Jovovich movie? Well, The Fifth Element. I'll say that. I love her in that movie. I love her in Resident Evil, even though those movies are terrible. I do love her in those films. I love her as Alice. I ain't gonna front. And I will say this, even though Ultraviolet is a terrible film, she did her thing in that film. I love the action sequences especially. And some of the ideas and everything that was in there, it was great. I like the story regarding it, but it was just the execution of that movie was just crazy and all over the place. But yeah, some of the action and something, I definitely like it. And I like her in that film too. So even if the movie is bad, for some reason, Mila is real good at selling a bad movie. So I kind of have a soft spot for Ultraviolet. Whenever it comes on, if I happen to see it on one of the streaming services, I will admit I do pop it on. But anyway, let's move on and talk about Katy Perry, who was giving her thoughts on Madonna and the fact that she says she's the greatest and that everybody in the industry needs, every female basically, needs to bow down, bitches. In the words of Beyonce. So, pop star Katy Perry, who just released her latest album 143 on September 20th, is giving all praise to the pop icon Madonna for the foundation she has laid for people like her and so many others who occupy the music landscape. So yeah, she's been out busy promoting her new album. Y'all already know my thoughts on it. So we don't need to, reiterate that or regurgitate my overall thoughts on that album. I know there's people out there that love it. And for that, I'll say, if you like it, I love it. Now, when quizzed on Australia's local news program, The Project, about inspiring the next generation of singers, the Teenage Dream songstress gave flowers to the queen of pop, Madonna. Said Madonna was really nice to me. She started before relaying. She actually shouted out my song in the noughties, and that was really the beginning of my career. That's what started to break me. She continued by saying, she's the greatest. She paved the way. Every person, when you talk about me reaching out to younger artists, every female still needs to continue to say thank you to her because she is breaking down barriers. I'm 40. I still get to do music because of Madonna. Now, speaking of younger artists, Katy opened up about her thoughts regarding the next generation of pop singers such as Chappell Roan and Sabrina Carpenter and said the following. She said, when I see them and when we cross paths, we talk about it. I do reach out to them. I think their journey is more unique than what I went through in 2008 when I started. Social media wasn't there and there wasn't 8 billion, she said, voices speaking all at once. There was still a lot to see and hear and protect yourself from. But I think you have to really depend on your tools, even more so these days, she said. So I tell all the girlies that I'm here. I got you. Now, Perry's statement regarding Madonna comes just months after rumors began swirling that the two pop divas were collaborating on a track together for the 143 album. Now, if you heard the album, you ain't hear no collaboration between her and Madonna, but I've also been hearing rumors in regards to Madonna is supposed to be on one of the Charlie XCX remixes for her upcoming album. The one that's called Brat and it's completely different, but it's still also Brat. So they're supposed to be doing a song together. That is the rumor. I don't know if it's true, but we'll see when the track list drops. Now, excuse me, in regards to her thoughts about Madonna, I do agree with her on that. That yeah, she did pave the way. I know some people, but it was this one, but it was this one, it was this one. But it's like Paving the way meaning a lot of the girls that y'all watch today, from Katy Perry, from Britney, from Christina, from Beyonce, from all the girls, Pink, all of them have followed Madonna's blueprint in regards of changing up your overall style, evolving, reinvention, the way that they do their tours. No other person that you know was doing stories with their touring in regards of having a beginning, having a middle, having an end, and different tiers and sets of your tour. A lot of people followed Madonna's blueprint. Nobody was doing it. Everybody was doing straight concerts. Madonna was incorporating stories and using her music to tell a story. So we got to give her the credit in that sort of situation. So, and also with the fact of you being sexy and still fighting ageism and sexism well into a certain period, because yeah, they always treat it like, well, when I'm 40 year old, if I'm 40, what am I supposed to do? Just roll over and die? Like I can't still be sexy and I still can't, dance and be up in the club and all this other stuff. This is what they tell you. Is that, oh yeah, when you hit to be a certain age, you're supposed to get married, you're supposed to have kids, you're supposed to settle down, you're not supposed to go out and have fun. It's all about just giving your kids what they want, you being unhappy and miserable. And it's like, no, who said that? I'ma still be up in the club twerking. I'ma still get and pull me, a baddie when I'm 40 and the dude is or girl, depending on, gender, whatever. If I'm 40 years old and a 25-year-old come and hit on me, I must get up in that. And so it's the overall defining of what it means to be of a certain age and not just accepting that because society tells you so. So I definitely agree with her, on that standpoint. And I do love the fact that we have a lot of people out here who, it's not just Katy, but, Chaperone recently revealed the list of celebrities who have slid in her DMs and offered her advice. And I like the fact that we have a lot of, celebrities that are doing that. And I know some people are like, well, how come no men have came in and talked to Chapel and given her advice? And I think it could be, in my opinion, I think it's just because the male experience as a pop act is completely different than what girls go through. There's way more pressure on girls in the industry. And I don't feel like an Usher, a Justin Bieber, a Chris Brown, any of the male pop acts would be able to offer a chaperone or, any of those type of girls or Sabrina Carpenter any kind of advice because men receive fame differently than women. So my experience of me telling somebody what I went through is not going to work. Now, for me, if I'm in that position, or the Justin Timberlake, whoever you want to think of. Now, for me, if there's a young generation of people coming up, like I would definitely, if I was in that position of being a male pop star and how to navigate through the business, I would offer advice to Lil Nas X. I would offer advice to Troye Sivan. I would offer advice to Conan Gray and some of the other young up and coming male acts who, because my experience, I would see like they would experience those things. So I definitely see that's what that is. So I don't understand why people are just getting on like, well, how come the men haven't given any advice to the girls? And then if you got some grown man sliding into a chaperone DMs, y'all automatically want to think, or Sabrina Carpenter, oh, they're a pervert. Or y'all thinking that Drake mess when he be sliding them girl DMs. And it's like, you ain't gonna sit up here and try to call me Chester the molester. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Like, this is the one good time I'm Team Katy. I ain't Team Katy on that record. And the fact that you're working with Dr. Luke, which I did see that a friend, Raphael, hey, if you still in the chat, Cleveland, sent me something about Katy Perry responding to the Dr. Luke thing. I think that was fake. With some of that, oh, I'm contractually obligated. That's always been the rumor that was going around, and she's been kind of backpedaling and sliding around and refusing to answer the question. So I don't believe that this was actual factual. I think that was made up because I need to know a source. Excuse me, on who exactly she spoke to. I need to see footage or something. So yeah, I didn't believe that was coming around. And of course, it came from a source I ain't never heard of. When I got the link. So I sort of say, yeah, I agree with her on this whole thing about, every female needs to say thank you to her because Madonna has paved the way and is still doing it. There's so many other major, icons that are doing things in their own right, but none of them are as controversial, polarizing, and is willing to push the boundaries still the way Madonna is, especially after coming off her celebration tour. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Not hashtag rivers and lakes. Better stick to the rivers and lakes that you're used to. Oh damn! I'm like, damn! I got so many stories that I didn't. Oh, you say he had a huge poster. You say YouTube has a lot of more. Yeah, I don't be really watching the YouTube stuff like that. Maybe I need to take a gander because all I be worrying about is Tubi and Shudder, which I need to watch that finale of the greatest movie, whatever that damn thing is. I just heard they released the finale, and I can't wait till next week because we got Dracula coming back. Which I told y'all I was gonna have to do some editing. So when I showed y'all that trailer for Dracula yesterday, they demonetized it, but I had to delete it. Yeah, I had to edit it out, not delete it because the episode was still up there. So I had to edit around that, and it's up there. But I was lucky that I recorded that, I cut it up, and I have that the thing with the trailer and everything. I put up on all my other social media platforms, but I'm not gonna put it up on YouTube because then I know they'll flag it again. So it's on the TikTok, it's on the Instagram, it's on the Facebook, and all that other stuff. So, oh yeah, I did like Angelina and Salt. That was a good one. And shout out to Liam Schreiber. I like him too. You said yes, I did go to film school. We need to do more film lives, and I feel like that I need to devote special things to special certain things because it also I feel like this gives credence to me showing different sides of myself. And it's like, yeah, I don't just do celebrity news and gossip. I always feel like when you're a talent, you need to show different sides of your personality that people can jump into. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do some separate lives and stuff that'll basically only focus on certain things and see how those numbers do. So it says yes, so I feel like if it's like a slow news day in regards to gossip, I don't feel like talking about gossip. So I think I'm gonna just do like like set up a special thing for us to do for in regards to, like certain films, especially with Halloween coming up. Because I tell you, well, those of y'all that already know, like Halloween, even though it's not a holiday and it needs to be, in my heart of hearts, it's a holiday. Halloween is like one of my all-time favorite holidays. Yes, I do love me some Red Lobster. I think there is some that still exist. If I go out to Roosevelt Field in Long Island, they still got a Red Lobster there. I also think they have a Red Lobster in Times Square, so there's only very few that's around. I need a discussion on how to show that Sidney Prescott getting murdered by Ghostface is disrespectful to her character, and her lore is proving she's not like her mother or a victim. Absolutely. And I feel like that should be themes that should be explored in the upcoming season 7 is the fact that, yeah, she has to prove that she is not like her mother. So now that she's married to Mark Kincaid, hopefully he's still a cop in this upcoming movie, that she's a doting wife. She has a kid. You know, I do feel like the smart thing to do is age up the child and have them kind of butting heads, maybe history repeat itself a little bit in regards of she's having issues with her daughter, especially with the things that have happened in her past. And then something crazy happens to kind of bring them together. So there's sort of that mother-daughter, friction. But also, that would be stupid because I feel like what was it? Friday the 13th part. Wait, was it Friday the 13th part 2? No, it was Halloween 5. Because I was trying to think of what it was. Because Rachel, first of all, people felt like that was the ultimate disrespect. First of all, I love me some Rachel in Halloween 4. Her and Danielle Harris's character in the film, which is oh my god, who she played? Jamie Lloyd. So you had him survive Michael Myers that whole damn movie, and all of a sudden in part 5, which first of all, I want to burn that damn movie. I want to burn that film because that movie is just terrible. Especially with the noises and all the other, like the tone, it was all over the place. Then when they would do like little funny scenes, like those stupid noises they was put on, I was like, okay, who is this idiot? He was French. That's why from what I heard. I said, oh, is this how y'all do humor over there? So then she gets killed, and we're like, and it reminds me of this when you're trying to say like, so this is disrespectful to her character because all this setup, and then that's how she died. And they've done it a lot of times in slasher movies, so no, that wouldn't work. And yeah, killing her after all that, no, that's the ultimate disrespect. Yeah, Halle, Mr. and Mrs. Smith movie would be dope with her. I did not like that the series that they had with Donald Glover. I did not like that. I don't know what everybody was watching, but I'm like, are we watching the same show? Because I don't like this. The actors think they are Tom Cruise. You are not Tom Cruise. Well, look, exactly. I ain't trying to jump out no damn plane. What I need to prove that all that foolishness for? And so you do not keep yourself in a perpetual state of running. And why he always running and everything? That's another thing too. It's like, who you running from? Scientology? As a mother and friend than Maureen Evans ever would. Maureen's problem was that she thought that killing Raina, becoming Maureen Prescott, would actually do her justice, but she still wasn't happy. Oh, you talking about because yeah, when she was the actress and all that other stuff, and then she got Harvey Weinstein. Hashtag Rivers and Lakes. So Robbie Williams said no to Vegas residency at the Voltaire. He said being a husband and father of damn, he got all them kids. You know who's been on my mind all day? Girls Aloud. I've been listening. I don't know for some reason that song. All I want is something new, something I can hold on to. That song been in my damn head all freaking day. And he said, yeah, but I was like, the question remains. And it's no shade because I do like Robbie Williams. Do you think that he would have a residency that would be as successful as Kylie Minogue? Like, is he as popular as Kylie Minogue is in this country? Like, here's the thing. I remember once upon a time. Remember when that song Millennium came out? They were trying so hard to make Robbie Williams a thing here. He didn't work out. I like Robbie Williams. I like that sort of kitschy, cheeky British humor. I like the fact that he was one of those male pop stars that didn't take himself seriously, that laughed at himself. But apparently that just didn't work in America. So I don't know if Robbie Williams doing a residency would work. Or am I wrong? Because I'm retiring soon, so I could be present father. And that's another thing, too, that, you know what, when you're an older man and you have kids or whatever, the biggest regret that a lot of people have is the fact that they feel they feel like they miss out a lot of their kids' childhood. Oh, so that was true. It's like Alexander Paul and Adrian Paul are siblings. But how come I never heard does she have an accent? Because I was like, or maybe it was like, some of them people when they do those American accents, you don't know. And I actually like Alexander Paul. I used to make little jokes about her because she was so flat chested on Baywatch in that bathing suit. But I did like her in that in Christine, another Stephen King classic. So that doesn't exist. I'm leaving music, but making movies is better where my life is now. I guess so. And so that's how I heard of Katy. She mentioned her in an interview, and that's when people first noticed her. Well, yeah, it's like when you're a fan of a major artist, that people that's the only thing they're gonna pay. I was like, oh, so and so mentioned her. Let me check her music out. We all do it. It's like the same thing with Beyonce and Cowboy Carter. Like she started messing with Shabuzi and all of them. Then all of a sudden the Beehive started paying attention. We all do it. If you're like a fan of a mainstream act. And this recently that this happened? And they said, I saw people say, when will Janet Jackson get this kind of praise? But I'm like, until she fires Janet needs to have her legacy erased because Rhythm Nation looks like a child. Quiet as a cat. That's what I said. You keep messing with that old crazy cuckoo bastard brother of yours. You gonna see it. He gonna erase your legacy. He ruining your career with all that mess he chirping in your ear. But we'll get to the Janet thing. Chappell Roan is definitely doing it right now, and I think it is best for her to be defensive. We also what happened to Brittany, and look what is happening to Puff. Better to not tolerate BS. And you know what? Well, that's what she said, that she wasn't going to tolerate none of that BS when she was on that red carpet at the VMAs, and she cussed out the photographer. The Vogue era, Brittany was doing the Mickey Mouse Club, so naturally Brittany won. Of course she did, but a lot of people want to give credit to Janet, and I'm sure that Brittany was looking at Janet. She was one of her influences, but we all know Madonna was the influence as well. And Madonna said that at 34, just because that Calm Down Grandma article came out and someone made a good point, was someone say that to Taylor Swift. Exactly, because she had the same damn age. So when y'all gonna come out and call her grandmother, is it because she don't look like one? Not now though. Regarding Taylor, plus Taylor skews to a tween teen. Yeah, and she's still because she's still writing them old, them Kids Bop songs. And he says, so did Madonna in the 90s. Most of her fans were teens and 20s. Dr. Luke did 10 out of, exactly, he did every song except one and said, would you consider doing interviews? You seem to know how many. I've done interviews in the past. I kind of be going back and forth on whether or not I want to do interviews. It gets nerve-wracking for me sometimes, but I'm starting to be willing to open myself up to doing interviews. So absolutely. I agree with that. I said, don't focus on numbers, focus on what brings out the passion in you. And you know what? With that being said, that may open up the show to people wanting new fans. I don't want to do, I mean, new people with subscribers. I don't want to do one of those things where it's like, oh, I got to create a separate YouTube channel because it's like, oh, well, then I can have these people over here. And there is, well, that is true, is that there is no slow news. We don't never have a slow news day. It's always something. I'm like, oh, on, I need a break. But this look, but then why would I need a break when it's keeping me paid? So it said there is no slow news. Yeah, exactly. So it's a Halloween is the holiday, nothing coming close to October 31st. So I'm thinking, yeah, I want to definitely get into that because I had this idea that I was telling my ex-producer about that I wanted to call a segment Carnage Candy. So and then just really focus on like doing horror movie stuff. And that was like that is a pattern because y'all already know I watch a lot of horror films. So I'm thinking like I want to do something with like hidden gems, like horror movies that y'all should be checking out. I'm gonna definitely start doing that and give my opinions on it. And then yeah, we could do the Stephen King thing. I'm thinking of doing like my favorite John Carpenter movies. Damn, it feels like it's taking me back to film school because I actually had to do that. I had to literally do a scene. Well, not a scene. It was like in one of my classes, we had to pick a scene from one of our favorite movies. It was like 5 films, and I had to pick a director because, like, for my thesis, I had to. Now my watch is telling me to stand. Sir, I'm sorry, Apple. I cannot stand. I'm working. So, we had to take a scene from Halloween. I did because that was my choice. One of my other friends, Alex, who actually does make movies for a living. Shout out to him. Um, he chose Alfred Hitchcock. I was so mad. I was like, damn, you picked Alfred Hitchcock. But then I was like, I picked John Carpenter because I always felt like he was underrated in regards of like I always loved a lot of his films. So we had to pick like 5 films. And of course, well, my main one was Halloween. So I had to literally pick a scene from the original Halloween and had to dissect it in front of the class and all the other stuff. So yeah, that was like a memory thing. So yeah, Halloween is the holiday for me. It said there's a new documentary I watch on Netflix called Jailbreak Love on the Run, where a lady officer fell in love with a guy that was in prison from Red Rum. Then she broke. Oh, isn't that? I think I've heard that story. I didn't know they did a documentary on it. They have recordings of their phone conversations they were having. And that's the worst part is that when you in jail, you hear everything. You be knowing all the phone conversations. That's what kind of made me wonder about Lau Menendez stupid behind when he was on them phone calls and the lady was recording him. I'm like, I'm sure if they pulled the files from the prison, they knew all the stuff he was saying. Robert, thank you. So that's why I said, I don't think he would do well at the Voltaire. So I don't even understand why they would even entertain, you know, him here. And I feel like Kylie has a bigger reach because A, she's a woman. The gays and the girls and, that whole demographic will pop out for her. And over the years, Halle has become an international treasure. So she's definitely she would fare better here doing a residency like she did at the Voltaire. Speaking of which, you know who needed to do a residency at the Voltaire? Jennifer Lopez. Because like her and Katy Perry, because I know Katy Perry just announced the dates for her upcoming Australian tour. So what she thinks she pink now, doing specifically Australia legs of her tour. So yeah, with them, I feel like um I would rather I don't know. I can't see them selling out arenas here. I just don't see people caring enough or her selling tickets to an arena tour. Katy Perry with this 143. I don't think people care enough in America. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't know. The overall energy of it all, my gut is telling me that residency would work best for her. Let me say America Loves Her. She had definite hits. One of the nuns One of your nuns? Oh, you went to a Catholic school? There's a high school love that can't get you out of my head. Her videos were dope too. Great pop songs, plus her aesthetic. Exactly. She has all the ingredients of a pop icon. I don't focus on numbers. I just do what I do because I enjoy. And absolutely, and sometimes I'll be having. I'm glad y'all be reminding me. Y'all bitches be keeping me humble because, excuse me, that's how I've pretty much been in regards of a lot of things as well. It's like how building this channel little by little. That's how pretty much I got to where I am. It's just me doing what makes me happy and keeps me excited. I can't sit up here and worry about numbers. Whoever shows up and watches it shows up. Whoever doesn't, whatever. You done missed out. And so I did love Madonna in the 90s, and my Madonna nostalgia starts at the 90s. And then True Blue, Madonna was great in the 90s, and apparently she was advised to chill out after erotica. Yeah, which is why, she had to do the bedtime story and all that other stuff. So yeah, she had to pull it back a bit because y'all was trying to cancel her for getting too explicit with the sex. Avalon Film School. Would that be cute? Well, if I decide to create a whole new channel, I would do that. But I'm like, ugh. And then I guess I could put the videos and stuff up there. And it said, please apply what you learned in film school to your film channel. I really, really enjoy a film class I took and still apply the knowledge. Well, yeah, I did love film school. You know what I also like? Because we had to take an elective too. I like when I had to take some social justice classes. Because that was like some of our elective. We had to take some of those, which was interesting. That's what it said. Also, Robbie Williams' Millennium video. He was taking his clothes off and the body was not the business. Uh-uh. You said was not the business. Oh, what was the video that he did when he was rock DJ? That was the one when he was butt naked up in there and the body was sitting there at that time, but not the Millennium video. He would fluctuate back and forth with his figure. He was like Oprah. It goes up and it goes down. Or Luther. Exactly. Halle represents the girls and the gays. But anyway, okay. So speaking of Madonna, let's talk about Lady Gaga. Because that's her doppelganger. And speaking of classic Madonna, it's like it looked like Lady Gaga is kind of following in the Madonna, footsteps yet again. Because, she's got this Harlequin album coming out. And it feels a little familiar because once upon a time, remember when Madonna did Dick Tracy, where she played Breathless Mahoney, she had the I'm Breathless album, which was based on music separate for the Dick Tracy film. Now it looks like Lady Gaga is following in the same footsteps with this Folie companion album. So on Tuesday, which was yesterday, Lady Gaga announced her next musical release will be Harlequin, a soundtrack inspired by her Joker character Harleen Quinzel. The album is set for release this coming Friday, September 27th, a week before the movie opens in cinema worldwide on October 4th, the 5th anniversary of 2019's Joker. Gaga appears alongside Joaquin Phoenix, who plays the titular Joker, while the likes of Stephen Coogan, Catherine Keener, Brendan Gleeson, and Zazie Beetz also feature. I was going to see Zazie Beetz is back because she was in the first one. I don't really see her in the commercial. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Now, Stephanie Germanotta, who plays Harley Quinn in the movie, shared the news on social media this afternoon, September 24th. Now, Joker Folie Deux has been referred to as a jukebox musical with covers of a number of jazz standards, including Oh When the Saints, Get Happy, Get Happy, and That's Life, along with few original tracks, which are set to feature on Harley Quinn. Gaga, who scored a $12 million paycheck for Folie Deux, describes her pyromaniac Arkham State Hospital patient character as an adult woman who sings like a little girl. Now, Mother Monster on-screen leading man Joaquin Phoenix also asked her, I should say, to dampen her famous 3-octave mezzo-soprano pipes, telling Vogue, she's encouraged me to sing live, and I encourage her to sing poorly. Also in her Vogue interview, Gaga said that she drew on her own experiences when playing the character, saying Harley Quinn is a character people know from the ether of pop culture. I had a different experience creating her, namely my experience with mania and chaos inside. For me, it creates the quietness. Sometimes women are labeled as these overly emotional creatures, and when we are overwhelmed, we are erratic and unhinged. But I wonder if that when things become too broken from reality, when we get pushed too far in life, what if it makes you quiet? She continued by saying, I would say that I work with a sense memory perspective. What does it feel like to walk through the world and be braced in an intense way? And what happens when you cover up all the complexities beneath the surface? And okay, well, I'm glad she went in on this whole, whatever. It's like, girl, you saying too much. But if that's what got you there with the character, then that's great. And I will say this. One of the things I will say that the one thing that makes her stand out from Madonna, she is a better actress. Madonna, if the character is based around her personality and she really wants to play the part, she could play it. Like Dick Tracy was a good part for her. Girl Six was a good part for her. A League of Their Own was a good part for her. Body of Evidence, not so much. But that's when she was going through her sex era. And I remember at one point she did reveal that she was supposed to play Trinity in The Matrix. I'm like, goddamn, how many people was up for that role? But here's the thing, I can't see nobody else besides Carrie Ann Moss playing Trinity. She was perfect for it. I'm glad Will Smith dropped out because Keanu Reeves was perfect. And I feel like if he were alive today, Brandon Lee would have been a great Neo for The Matrix. But back to Harley Quinn. So yeah, it's interesting to see, like, you know what? She is creating music based around the character that she's played. But I was like, yeah, once again, she's going to get those Madonna comparisons if she hasn't already. And yeah, we're not saying that Madonna is the only one. Y'all act like she's the only one that could do stuff. But it's like, give the homage where it needs to be. But I get it. They don't get along or whatever necessarily. I don't know what their overall situation. I don't think, Madonna feels no ways tied regarding her feelings for Lady Gaga. And so yeah, so if you care enough to listen to the Harley Quinn track list, there's 13 tracks on the record. But to be honest, I feel like what I'm mostly excited for, well, y'all already seen these pictures. Let's pull up the other one. The one that I'm really excited for is LG6. So it's cute or whatever that she does the jazz and all this other stuff. But I'm actually looking forward to hearing the follow-up to Chromatica and what she's going to bring with that. Like, she's going back to pop Gaga. And we're going to get the cool, crazy costumes. Are we going to get some really good, like, dance music? We already got, like, the dance record with Chromatica, but I'm thinking based off of the stuff we've heard, she's going more of a dark industrial direction. So I'm looking forward, like I said, to hearing what she's going to bring with the new record. So I have to say this. What do you guys think of this? Are you excited for this new Harley Quinn album? Me personally, I could care less. I'm not really into like when she does all that jazzy, whatever cheek to cheek collaborations with Tony Bennett. Like, I don't care about that side of her. I mean, I'm glad that she can, dip into different genres of music, but I prefer the pop stuff. I prefer, the Born This Way. I prefer the, debut album, The Fame and The Fame Monster, and Chromatica. Some of the songs on there, some not so much. But that's where I'm usually at with her stuff. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking forward more to the album that's coming out in February. So, and also, I forgot to ask, are y'all interested in seeing this new Joker movie? Me personally, I don't care. I did not like the first Joker. I thought it was overrated. Similar to how I felt about the Blair Witch Project. I thought that movie was so damn overrated. It was overhyped. I watched it. And then I saw this Joker movie. I'm like, what is this crap? So I could care less about a sequel. Now, if it popped up on HBO Max, I will sit there and watch it. But me paying $30 to see this in IMAX, no ma'am. I don't care enough. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so you said I want to watch that Luther documentary. Oh Lord, they better like the Queen Latifah movie they got biopic. They better talk about him being a homosexual. Yeah, when I saw that Gaga cover, I was like, this is her. I'm breathless. Absolutely. And y'all be thinking we got short-term memories over here. It said calling this LG6. Five should let everyone know how much she dislikes Chromatica. You feel like she dislikes that album? I don't feel like she put as much work into that record as she likes to make it out to be in interviews. Because I was expecting so much more from that record. And then I was also feeling like the songs was too short, or the songs felt unfinished, or there were certain songs where she was being overshadowed, like Sour Candy. Like she's barely on it. I feel like there's more of Blackpink is on that more than her. And then Rain on Me, it was a cute song, but I just feel like I wanted for it to go to highs. To me, I felt like the song that was the best on that record was Alice. I love that damn song. But I hated the way I hated the music production around it on the tour. I didn't like how they set that up. I expected more from a song like that. And I feel like that song should have been a single. I hope this doesn't confuse people in the GP when she releases. Well, yeah, I hope it doesn't either, because I'm like, she should be able to jump out into different things and try different things and explore different genres of music. But like I said, me personally, I just like more of her pop stuff. But I like the fact that she's able to jump into different genres and explore different sides of, music. Speaking about Madonna and Gaga, quiet as it's kept, Gaga's movie career is what Madonna's movie career should have developed to after Evita. Yeah, but I just feel like she really didn't put a lot of the work and the effort into the acting. One of the things about acting, you got to be willing to be a vessel for the part. You got to be willing to let go. Me, when I look at Madonna, Madonna's too much of a damn control freak. And that's why her acting suffers. I feel like that's the same thing with Beyonce. It's like, no, y'all got to let go when you're an actor. It's not about you. You're not playing yourself. You are playing this character. So I do like the song Breathless. It is a good song and a nice song to sing to yourself too. It's a here and now Lufa. Girl 6. Oh, I forgot about who's that girl. Quien es esta niña? I do love that song too. And he said A League of Their Own is a great movie, but that is an ensemble cast. Madonna was great with the other woman. Yes, she was. But she was playing like a harlot. So some people say it wasn't really a stretch. Brothers was that album. With Hanky Panky, Something to Remember, and Vogue was the last track. Okay. We both said the same thing. Okay. Said my favorite film critics, Fish Jelly, who were two very shady. I know who you're talking about. They are shady. They hate, and I realize, child, first of all, and I've seen this. I feel like that they just don't like anything. You know who's another one that's a shady one too, but he's straight and just does not like any of the movies, and I be having to cackle. Adam Does Movies. He's another one I be watching because he just goes in on these movies, and I just be cracking up. One person I could not stand. Hold on. It's like this damn cold. And luckily enough, I got tissue in here. One person I could not stand. Her voice is like nails on a goddamn chalkboard. Grace Randolph. I don't know how anybody could sit through her. I'm like, God, your voice. But it's like, but look, I guess there's room for everybody on here. What was the line that Gia Gunn said? I guess everybody's welcome. One of them said, you know what I mean. So, but yeah, I do like Fish Jelly. They are messy. And I live for a shady review. And it said, Breathless, I was thinking of that Gaga song. I see what you were referring to. And so I don't listen to Gaga's music. So, really? Oh, well, I guess, not everybody has to listen to everything. It said, oh, Pop Gaga, I'm done with Polite Society Gaga. Exactly. Because remember, once upon a time, Madonna tried to be all demure and mindful and Polite Society, Madonna, and then you see what happened. She and that man, Guy Ritchie, ended up getting a damn divorce. She was like, I gotta go back to my old self. I can't do the whole demure thing. That's just not me. It's not me, and it never will be. I saw her with Tony Bennett. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one who didn't like the Blair Witch. I don't like none of that. Honestly, I do not like found footage movies. The only found footage movies that I could tolerate because they're actually good, depending VHS. That's why I'm looking forward to that new one that's coming out on Shudder next month. But yeah, that movie was overrated. I went to the movies and saw that. I was like, what the hell is this? But hey, Sailor Mermaid, how you doing? And you said, I wonder if Ariana will do the same with Wicked. Probably no, but she did tease. Oh, you think that that would it be too late to do that? Like put out another solo album that's kind of based off of Wicked? Or how would that work? Yeah, I don't think they would do that. But child, don't put out no Eternal Sunshine Deluxe. We ain't care for the first one. And you said Fist Jelly also says that Luther documentary doesn't talk. Child, and I ain't watching it. Just like if you ain't gonna, if Queen Latifah biopic gonna come out, she ain't gonna mention that she eats boxes, that she eats the box. Then I'm not watching either. And I'm not out on Queen Latifah. First of all, we know firsthand, those of us who grew up in New York, that many times we've seen her down at the pier with a new girlfriend. So, and in the bars and stuff. So what you're not going to do is try to pretend like y'all going to queer wash the obvious. We knew Luther was a big old queen, and there's no shade. We knew she was a church queen. I don't know why I didn't get a notification of you being on. I don't know why either. You better add and re-add, resubscribe. He said, I like Grace Randall, even though she was the same one that threw shade at the child. Oh, you know, they was dogging her. There was a movie that came out. Damn, I forgot what it was. And I remember I seen they did a whole video on how they were so, Beetlejuice. They dogged her about her review about Beetlejuice and some of the subject matter. Something. I'm like, first of all, Beetlejuice is offensive. Where the hell y'all been? Beetlejuice always supposed to have been inappropriate. That's just the fact of him being that a demon. He's supposed to be inappropriate. We're not going to sit up in here and I'm gonna use the phrase because that's how y'all like to use it. Not y'all, but you know the people. They're not gonna make him woke, even though that's not even the real, what woke actually means. You know what? I've been fighting so hard for that damn Sylvester biopic. Like I've been saying that for the longest. We definitely need a Sylvester biopic. But who gonna play him? And y'all better not say Billy Porter. Y'all better not say Billy Porter. But look, he about to fuck up that other biopic. So we don't need him doing that. James Baldwin, yeah, he about to ruin that damn biopic. So we don't need him messing up no Sylvester, but we definitely need a Sylvester biopic. But I'm saying like, who would actually play him? I can't think of nobody. They have to find an unknown or like some Broadway queen. But I definitely feel like we need a Sylvester biopic. Because Sylvester had a great, there's a lot to talk about him. You could talk about him with the Carcats. You could talk about, him with Two Tons of Fun. You could definitely show like the 80s and the AIDS era and him in San Francisco and all that whole vibe. Like we definitely need that whole disco situation brought up in that whole situation. So I definitely would love to see a Sylvester biopic. And so I remember, Chris, when she was married to Guy Ritchie, they said she was Lady of the Manor. I do remember thinking back in the day, how long would that last? Plus the kids, but oh yeah, and she was windmilling hard for that English Rose book. She even had Lourdes out there promoting it. Little did she know. Look at Lourdes now out here wearing short skirts to events and things. Not that we shaming her, but Lourdes out here practically naked now. But where's she learning from? She got it from her mama. Sylvester was legendary. People don't know much, but no, they don't. And I have the book on Sylvester and the Carcats and stuff, but I feel like they could definitely take from that book. It's like a big old glittered red platform shoe on the cover, and they could talk about, they could go in on that and the history of Sylvester. Like he was so much more than "You Make Me Feel Mighty Real" and "Do You Wanna Funk" and those songs. We definitely need a Sylvester biopic, and I feel like we need more films based off of queer celebrities. Like, why are we only getting the white ones? Like, we got one with Freddie Mercury. We got one coming with Boy George. We had one with Elton John. So we definitely need the black queens to get their movies too. And the straights and the gays loved Sylvester. I can't believe we really did believe that the Blair Witch again, and I was one of them. I did believe at the time that the Blair Witch Project was true. And I know now they mad because they saw about how much the money that movie made, and they want to cut. But I guess it's probably because it was a newfound footage thing. We ain't never seen nothing like that, so it was different and it was new to us. But anyway, let's move on and let's talk about Miss Nicki Minaj, who is being accused of throwing shade at Beyonce. So Nicki Minaj has refuted the rumors that she intended to diss Beyonce by tweeting and deleting the phrase "robot on timing." And I was sitting there like, what the hell does that even mean? Are y'all out here trying to imply that Beyonce's a robot? Now, I can understand why they're saying that, but as far as her performances, she be giving it. But yeah, I do believe that when it comes to her personality, Beyonce definitely do be giving robotic tease. She definitely does. Now, Nicki Minaj said that, seems to sub-diss Beyonce in a new tweet. This is speculated one Twitter user. Robot on timing, if confused, Beyonce is often called the robot by critics and haters for being Jay's robot. So yeah, she did post this thing on Twitter. I'm gonna show y'all. And it's basically Chucky giving the finger and said robot on timing. I was like, I don't even know what the hell that means. But yeah, they just basically said, oh, wait, not that one, Chair. We got to go back to the picture. That's my notes. So yeah, and then let's see what they were saying in the comments. Somebody said laugh. There was like laugh emojis. One said bots being the robot in question, and they still making it about another person. And then somebody said, Beehive, you know what to do. Ooh. And so a lot of people, yeah, they was like, they don't believe that. Oh no, this is the shadiest photo. Hold on. They said Beehive, you LMAO, here they go. And here they go with the Beehive. Why y'all got all the Beehive being fat? Y'all trying to call the Beehive fat, folks? Because that's not what you're going to do. And I was saying that too. I was like, the last thing we need right now is the Beehive and Dan Barb's fighting on social media. Ain't nobody got time for that. Now, Nicki Minaj quickly shut down the claim, saying this is an absolute lie, and this is what she wrote on the TikTok. But of course, the neighborhood talk picked it up. And I feel like for the most part, I don't believe that this is true. Hold on, because let's pull that up here. So yeah, they was like, oh, so this was posted right after Beyonce was promoting Levi's on Instagram, or Levi's hinting at a Beyonce collab. And apparently it was to distract people from Nicki's criticisms of Jay-Z. I don't follow this too closely. You know the timings, to be honest. Well, you ain't following it closely, but you report on it like you are. But here's the thing, because I noticed that there was somebody, okay, we're going to talk about it. Jason Lee came out and said that he just don't know who is in Beyonce camp that's promoting products, because then we're going to talk about the product, because this is about Levi's. To me, this is a perfect product for Beyonce to be getting around, because Levi's associated with country music, Cowboy Carter, yeah, that fits. But he was sitting over here talking about how he doesn't understand like why she's jumping into like hair care lines when she wears wigs, that you're doing a liquor line. We don't know if you drink whiskey. Like, it's not believable that this would be something you drink. Now, like I said before, I am a whiskey drinker. So I do it either neat or I do a whiskey and Coke. Whiskey is my drink of choice. I don't particularly like vodka. I'll do a tequila shot on occasion, but I ain't mixing the light and the dark, because then you're going to see a demon come out of me if I did that. So I don't do that anymore. I learned my lesson when I was in my 20s. But when it comes down to it, it's like, yeah, they feel like it's disingenuous because they feel on these certain things. Now, this product fits within what she's doing with the jeans, because I'm like, yeah, it works with this whole situation of what, with the album. So yeah, I could definitely see her doing a deal with that. But yeah, they feel like that Beyonce is trying to jump into something to take the distraction of the fact of Jay-Z's name floating around on social media because of the whole Diddy thing. And for those of y'all who need a bit of a reminder, Nicki went, and this is according to Double XL, because she fired off at Steve Stout and Jay-Z over a title deal and brought up Diddy's abuse allegations. So the Pivot podcast premiered their video interview with music exec Steve Stout, who he was also going in with Dame Dash. Dame Dash said that he beat his ass and a whole situation, and you got smacked. But you trying to change the narrative and try to say that when you saw me on the street solo because it was 10 dudes in a room, then you pushed the girl in front of me or in front of yourself, and the girl fell on the floor and you ran. So there was a whole situation going on with that. But let's get back to Nicki. So she was among the bevy of artists who, helped launch the streaming platform Tidal in March of 2015. Now, on September 11, she said that she wasn't paid a dime from Tidal after Hov sold it for $300 million. because nobody was subscribing to it. First of all, the minute I saw the thing with Tidal, I was like, I ain't paying for that crap. First of all, y'all wasn't offering me anything worth putting my money into. So I was not getting behind Tidal. I knew there were people that were subscribing to it. I said, okay, y'all do that, but I'm gonna stick to my Apple Music and Spotify. But I listen to Spotify mostly for the podcast, and I don't pay for that either. But I do have an Apple Music subscription. So, on the Pivot podcast, Stout was upset that rappers attacking Jay-Z for his decision to have Kendrick Lamar headline the 2025 Super Bowl halftime show in New Orleans instead of Lil Wayne. The United Masters founder took issue with Nicki's comments and addressed why she wasn't paid for her title deal. He said, I think in that case, what Nicki did was wrong. To bring up Tidal, his streaming company that he gave you equity in, that you didn't sign the effing paperwork, and that's the reason why you left millions of dollars on the table. That man Jay-Z didn't do nothing to you. That crab in the barrels thing, we can't do that. The black on black crime. I don't like that. I think Nicki is great artist. Very successful career. Don't do that. Just like let's not do that let's not do that in private. So of course Nicki caught wind of what Steve said, and you know she had to say something. She said, I received a call advising Tidal was sold and they made no money. I mean, quite as clear they didn't on the deal, so all they could offer me was $1 million. But wait, there's more. The lawyer advised that Deseret advised him that I think she's talking about Desiree. So she called her Deseret, advised her that I had to sign the agreement in 24 hours if I wanted the 1 million or the offer was off the table. Listen to the end of fractions for what my response was. Every day, a new man pushing 60 years of age gets fingered in the bussy when then made to come on his internet and lie on me. God is in control. Bookmark this. I'd advise y'all to never mention my name again. So, Barb's, thank you for supporting something I was a part of. I love you, but I was scammed and offered $1 million to be silenced. I declined. The grace of God is sufficient. I didn't need their hush money. But you know what? I really wish that y'all was running around not putting all this on social media because we shouldn't be knowing this. Steve Styles should not have put Nicki name in his mouth. You should have kept that to yourself, and I responded on it, and then she wouldn't have had to come on social media to clap back at you, especially when y'all talking about behind the scenes business, and you telling her what she should and should not be saying, and she shouldn't be bringing this up. So you shouldn't have mentioned her name. She wouldn't have said what she need to say. But then she also alluded that Stout was trying to use her name to distract people from the recent arrest of Diddy for his, crimes, saying they got to keep the conversation on me so that no one asks about these charges against a BFF. I mean, it seems the 30-year-old T here is far from stale. Patterns, yet sass, ugly alien, Stout, dick breath, etc., all talking about Onika. Why are they talking about Oniqua? And that's what she said. So now, so that's basically the root of where all this is coming from. So now people feel like she was throwing shade at Beyonce. Here's the thing. I actually don't think she was going at Beyonce because here's the thing. Beyonce is not Jay-Z's spokesperson. Jay-Z be acting like quiet as his cat that he owns her, but like you her massa or something. He do be acting a little too controlling. That was one of the things I do not like about him because the insecurity be showing. And the fact that he do be acting like that Beyonce is like his possession. And whatever business endeavors and stuff they got going on, that's on them. But I don't think that she was throwing shade at Beyonce. I mean, I hope not. Because Beyonce out here minding the business that pays her. She's doing whatever it is that she's doing. But I do wonder what that sub was for. What does that even mean? When you was talking about like the robot and stuff. So I feel like if you wasn't throwing shade at Beyonce, I do feel like maybe you need to let us know exactly who it was that you was talking about. Because yeah, she was talking about like the thing about Lil Wayne and what he's done for the industry, and nobody's counting that out. We know Lil Wayne has contributed a lot to hip hop or whatever. However, he is not a good stage performer. But do I think that there may be some vendetta or some type of shadiness that's going on with Jay-Z? I'm sure he's known to be petty and go at people in some way. So maybe a lot of these things are playing into that. Number one, Lil Wayne got songs, but here's the thing: there's only so many. I don't know how you gonna sell talking about eating coochie and all that other stuff at the Super Bowl. That's supposed to be family friendly. So And I know everybody's going to try to nitpick or whatever the case was, but it's just no shade. He is not a good stage performer, and there's been rumors about his reputation. You know, there's been stories. I can't say rumors, but stories about his reputation. And even if you watch videos of him, he's not a good live performer. He'd be messy up on that stage. And if anything goes wrong tech-wise, we cannot have you flipping out, throwing temper tantrums, and threatening not to come out and do the Super Bowl. There's a lot of money on the line when it comes to this situation, and they're not. And these billionaires that run the NFL are not willing to take a risk on a Lil Wayne. I don't care how big your legacy is, because it's not just him, it's anybody that has a legacy. If you're not a good team player, if you don't have those songs that can transcend beyond a certain group of people, a certain demographic, because you got to think, it ain't just, hood dudes watching football. You got to look at the bigger picture. You got these white people that be out here watching the NFL as well. So you got to play into that as well. And when you look at Kendrick Lamar, he's socially conscious, but he's also non-threatening. And y'all got to look at that too when it comes to the industry. They be looking at these non-threatening black men. Who can we put up there that would be non-threatening? Now, if Drake and them wasn't going through the stuff with Jay-Z, I'm sure he would have been up there performing. But because of whatever's going on behind the scenes in hip hop, that's not going to happen. This is why I don't like the idea of someone who's got a lot of ties that is a part of the music industry making these decisions. Because I feel like your pettiness, your overall whatever you got going on, is going to play into your decisions of getting artists out there to do these Super Bowls. So who they going to get next year? Megan Thee Stallion? I bet you they're going to get her up there and probably have, not next year, the year after that, 2026. Because we already got 2025 down on lock. So who they going to get up in there next? They got to have Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion perform, headline. But anyway, I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? I know it was a lot. But I don't think that she was throwing shade at Beyonce. Or maybe she was. Who knows? But I feel like if you wasn't throwing shade at somebody with that comment, who was you talking about? This is why I say, in general, I don't like subliminals. It's like, if you're going to say your shit, you're going to pop up on social media and go in and say it like you mean it, in the words of Wendy Williams. Ooh, ooh, shout it out. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Ooh. Girl, yeah, Nicki always mad about something. It's like, girl, just focus on that damn Pink Friday 2 tour. The show was successful. The show was doing what needs to be done. You out here making your coins. Don't worry about these other idiots. It's too much of that that's going on. A lot of these, it's not just her. It's a lot of these artists that be so damn insecure and worried too much about what everybody's saying about them. It's like, fuck them. Just get your bag and keep it moving. Double A, said, I'm so annoyed with Nicki and her shenanigans. Nicki is too elevated of an artist to be crying on social media to Jigga. Jigga, what's my walking name? Jigga. She should have handled this appropriately given this is Bay and Jay. Nicki is mad because Jay and Bay co-sign Meg. Well, that's always the root of it all, right? I saw that one of the, what was it? I think it was Chloe. They was talking about why she ain't touring or putting out things, and she was like, it's not in the budget. That I guess is because y'all ain't featuring her music. And I was like, well, duh. Girl, you are not that girl as a solo act. You and Halle need to get back together and put out music. Y'all are the iconopop of hip hop. Like y'all, nobody want to see y'all separate. Y'all are good together. So I said the iconopop of hip hop and R&B. But it's like, yeah, separately, nobody cares about the music. Together, it's no shade. Not everybody has the ability to stand out. Just like none of them girls in Fifth Harmony are solo material. Y'all all need to get back and do the group. Nobody cares about Normani. And no, damn sure nobody cares about Camila Cabello's ass music. So y'all need to just eat crow and get back together and reform Fifth Harmony. Nicki always mad. She need anger management. Oh, there's another one I feel like I need anger management. And that's my brother. I was like, why are you mad? Who hurt you, sis? Nicki needs to grow up. You had your run. Let the new girls have their time to shine. Well, look, the girlies is going to do what they do. And Nicki can still be out here doing her shows or whatever, but she focused too much on what's going on in the outside of somebody saying, I was like, who cares? Just do your thing. Don't worry about these people. Back That Ass Up is a classic. Oh, I do love that song. And Gen X white people get lit when this song. Yes, they do. But network TV be so damn conservative, especially, what was going on with the whole Janet Justin situation. They uber conservative and they always be going the extra mile when it comes to black folk, trying to get, these majors try to keep black people in their place. So it's like, we can't do the things the white people can get away with. Madonna's been saying she want to work with Kendrick. Well, she should work with him. And it's no shade. I'm about tired of her working, doing collabs. Like, I need Madonna to do some solo music. I'm tired of her with all these rappers and all this other stuff. It's like, sis, you are not Mariah Carey. Stop with the rappers. And just give us an album of music. And I don't even think she needs to worry about the whole TikTok 2.5 minute situation. She can still put out her music and the vets will buy it. But if you want to do like dances and stuff to her TikToks, then maybe y'all need to just take the song and edit it to the liking. Do edited versions of the songs, put them up, and let people do dances to it. There's ways that they can get creative for the TikTok set. But Madonna is not the TikTok audience. There's a lot of young people that like her music, but that's not who she should be pandering to. And that's why I'm disappointed, even though I like Nelly Furtado's new album, the fact that she gave in and did sort of like this TikTok version of this record, I'm disappointed. Why is it 14 tracks in 30 minutes? Like, no, ma'am, that is not, what are you doing? There are not good enough new girls that are just that good, though. Nicki is Gen X, and only the young Gen. Is she Gen X or is she like the beginning of millennial? Because when was she born? 81, 82? Nicki is Gen X, and only the young Gen Z are good. Doechii is good. Oh, I do love Doechii's new album. I don't particularly care for JT. I know she's trying to come out and do something different. Well, I don't really care for Carisha. JT, I like slightly better than her. I do like Doja Cat. I do like Flo Milli, but I love Doechii's new album. Also, there's another female rapper that I'm like, girl, I need you to put out some more new music. LaKaylee, yeah, what the hell's the rest of her name? LaKaylee 49. Like, I need her to put out some new music. Or 47. Yeah, it was LaKaylee 47. Why I couldn't even remember her damn name? I need her to put out some more music. I like her stuff. Wash and Set, Money, Girl Blunt, Tick Boom, Attitude. Oh, please. Don't even put Attitude on, because that's like, if I was a drag queen, that would be my go-to song to perform. Bitch, I got an attitude. Yeah, I got an attitude. That's my sassy song. But anyway, and do what Madonna wants to do a lot of things. But she need to figure out what the hell she want to do. She hasn't done an album without rapper since Confessions. Yeah, I'm tired of the whole rapper thing. 14 tracks and 30 minutes done. Fuck, exactly. Oh, I like Glorilla too, because I told her I did see her. She opened for Megan Thee Stallion. I worked Megan's show. So Glorilla actually is a good performer. So I I wasn't really feeling her before, but once I saw her perform, I was like, okay, I see a little something there. Albums are short now. And I don't like that. That's millennial. I did remember she lied about her to make her younger. She did. She lied about her age. Well, a lot of the artists do it. It's like they lie because this industry is ageist. And it's like, not everybody's got to be 12 years old putting out a record. We don't want our female rappers being young as Raven Simone coming out with That's What Little Girls Are Made Of. Remember that album? Hip Hop Teddy Bear. Yeah, those were the songs, Chad. Okay, so how many more topics we got? We got 6 more topics to go. So before we get to the rest of them, if you have not already, please hit that like button and subscribe, and also smash the notification button so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And without further ado, let's talk about Hannaful and Ben. And apparently they've hit a snaggification. I'm trying to come up with a word. A little snaggification in the selling of that $65 million damn mansion that they were about to sell. First of all, who in their right mind spending $65 million on a mansion? But if you look at it, I'm like, it's huge. It looked like a plantation almost. But I don't need that. Look, I don't care how many kids I got. I don't need that much space. Just give me a couple of bedrooms and I'm good. But as long as I got other things up in it, like a studio and like a grilling area or something cool, like a pool or whatever, like I don't need much. But I guess when you spend $65 million on a mansion, that's just your way of flossing, saying like, I got it. I don't care about, but I guess it's all about, it's all about status and stuff. And Hannaford loves making sure y'all know that this Puerto Rican from the Bronx got status. So while the divorcing duo recently received and accepted a $64 million offer for their home, according to TMZ, the potential buyers from New Jersey pulled out of escrow following a death in their family. Now, despite the recent tragedy, the outlet reports the mystery couple is still interested in buying the home. Though at $64 million, Affleck and Lopez will still be in the red after considering the steep 5.25% mansion tax, realtor fees, and the millions they spent in renovations on the property. Well, that always happens. It's like when you buy a house, whether it's a regular house or a mansion, there's always going to be some renovations on what you pay for. So they're always going to put a little more extra money into what you had when you first buy it. But that's crazy how they paid $60.8 million in cash in 2023. First of all, who has that much money on them? Elon Musk. It's like, who's running around with 60? And all of a sudden, you paying I got $60.8 million in a bag. Just plop it right on the table, just to lock in the deal. Now, Jennifer and Ben first listed their Beverly Hills, California mansion for sale for $68 million in July after they attempted to quietly sell it off market. The 5-acre property also features a separate 5,000 square foot guest penthouse, a caretaker's house, a 2-bedroom guardhouse. Well, goddamn, how many houses y'all need on the property? A spacious 12-car garage and parking for 80 vehicles. Okay, so now with that mansion, I guess I wouldn't need all that. It's like, well, damn, I don't think I need all that space for car. But if you're a car collector, I guess that's basically, what you would need in that situation. But it said, as for at-home recreation, the mansion includes a fully equipped gym, a boxing ring, a sports lounge, a bar, and basketball and pickleball court. Okay, so now here's the thing. When it comes down to that, I definitely, in a mansion, I would need my own gym because I'm going to have my personal trainer come over and keep me in shape. I definitely would need a boxing ring because one of the things I will have to say, the thing that kept me in shape, the best shape of my life, was when I used to do MMA. I used to go to UFC gym and I would be up in there doing the MMA stuff. And I have to say, because you're working on every aspect of your body, the weight just came right off and the body was tight. And you get to but here's the thing, I hate doing, even at the gym now, I hate doing burpees and mountain climbers. It's just too much. And I be feeling like I want to die after doing all that workout. But I would love all of that. It's like I would love a fully equipped gym, a boxing ring, a sports lounge. A sports lounge is cute because it's like you can have your own little parties. Not no Diddy freak offs, but we would have like our own little parties. Well, of course, I would have like hot guys come over with like go-go dancers and all other stuff. And I'd turn my own place into my own little club or a lounge. We just have my friends come over. We're having drinks, not Delola, but we would have drinks. We'd be kikiing. We'd have some music playing. We have some cute boys and keep it moving. All the things I can't do out in the public because a lot of y'all be snitching, I'd have to do in my own house. And of course, there'd be consent because you ain't getting my ass to go to no jail and talking about I SA'd you and I drugged you and all that other mess. This is not Diddy's white parties or his freak offs. So earlier this month, a source told people that Atlas Star was never a fan of the expensive pad, saying the home was originally Ben's idea and was a major compromise for her. That's weird because now why am I hearing stories that, well, we've seen Ben's house, his new bachelor pad does not look as big as this previous home. It's a mansion. I think he paid like $28 million or something for it, if I can remember. But now Jennifer is looking at this new house that I believe is $50 million that looks like the size of this house. So I'm not necessarily buying the fact that she's like, oh, it was Ben's idea. Ben to me gives me that, yeah, he'll buy a mansion, but he's somebody his style is very simplistic. But Jennifer is somebody who, is worth $400 million. So she likes the flaws. She comes from a time of like you want to show everything off. You want to show that your hard work and you want to be extravagant and you live large. We've always heard those stories about her. So, like I said, I'm not buying this story that she's trying to sell. They said she agreed to it because it's a spacious layout accommodating both their families, a gym, a pickleball court, office space, plus it has 2 private entrances. The insider added that the on-the-floor singer wasn't interested in the house's modern vibe. She's allegedly into the romantic Spanish-European vibe. Well, now that I agree with, because I remember that I believe she had a mansion out in Miami that was very like Spanish, Mediterranean, that sort of vibe. So I do believe that she kind of had that. And yeah, I feel like I would have to have 2 separate houses. There would be a part where I would like want my modern side, a little bit of that gothic side thrown in, but also like that Mediterranean type of vibe too. Like it depends on my mood. And if I had that money, I'd have houses all over the place. Like I had to have my getaway in Miami. I had to have my place in California. If I was to if I was to have a place in New York, it would definitely, for work or whatever, like doing media, it would have to be a penthouse or something in an apartment complex because I can't do like a mansion, not in no New York, especially because of the seasons and all that other stuff. When it comes down to the fall or whatever, I ain't got time to be dealing with raking leaves and all that. Well, first of all, I'd be paying people to do that. But I wouldn't want to be dealing with like different seasons and stuff. If it's LA or if it's, Florida, whatever the case is, it's got a, that tropical vibe. It's like, I go there for different reasons. And I've always wanted a cabin in the woods too. Like I've always felt a little Stephen King-ish in that way. That's my horror movie side. It's like I would definitely want like a cabin in the woods. So if I'm like writing my little Dean Koontz, Stephen King type of novel, then that's where I would, reside. Oh, so they said that she was last seen touring a 22 million bachelorette pass. So that's how much she was paying for that. And then he purchased a $20.5 million Pacific Palisades mansion in July. And she's currently looking for her new place. So they're both in the same price range in regards of a home. But I'm like, that's a lot of money for a mansion. Oh, and also I would need like a movie theater and a recording studio, that sort of thing, like a little setup for like if I want to do music, podcasting, whatever the case is. I definitely need my own space for that. So I could work from home. And then when you got kids, they're basically doing their homework, whatever the case is. I'm downstairs working in my studio. And then when we come up, we have our time to, look at me planning my whole life out in real time. And then it's sort of like, and then I'm just working. And then when it's dinner time, it's like, okay, I got to stop. I got to go upstairs and engage with the kids. So, yeah, I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Hopefully they sell this place sooner rather than later. I think I'll turn this into more of like my idea for like a modern home because this story was whatever. But you know me, I'll find a way to turn lemons into lemonade and make y'all interested. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay. Oh my God, I almost freaked out. I thought I almost closed out the show. I was like, oh, don't do that. Not a snaggletooth. It's a Raven Simone. It's hip hop. See, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Hip hop teddy bear. I used to groove to that damn song. That was my shit. Y'all better put some respect on Raven Simone music. And they said she was so cute when she was a kid. I even saw a Broadway play that she was in. And I don't remember the name of it, but I do remember that, yeah, we went to go see it. She was in it. She was such a little old thing. I just cannot see Ben Affleck in a house like that. It does not go with Ben Affleck energy. You think Ben Affleck, you think a house like that? No. That's why I said she lying. Pulled out of escrow. Oh, God. Yeah, that's why they're going to lose a lot of money on that house. But who the hell tells people about spend $500 million? That's not even a billion, 50 billion. How do you spell 500 million to be a half a billion? 50, who spends like $50 million? $50 million? Who spends that much on a damn mansion? Like, that is crazy. And what would I do with all that space? Like, I don't know. I just don't care about people's opinions enough to be wanting to spend all that money just to like show out to people. Like, who am I proving myself to? I don't care about these people in this neighborhood. I can only imagine what that montage is. Imagine the payment. And California tax, child, you think New York City tax is bad? 50% down of 68 million. Those who can definitely do it, but why even buy this? The house was a great indicator that they would revert. Because to me, it's all that damn space. It's like, I guess you go on one side of the mansion and I go on the other side. Now y'all got to use intercoms to scream across the room, or a bullhorn, or phones. That nothing about that house makes sense, but you think Ben Affleck. Exactly. I can only imagine what the mortgage is. And Jennifer Lopez really comes off as new money. This could be a turnoff to some people. Well, yeah, maybe that's one of the reasons why Ben Affleck couldn't tolerate her. Now, speaking of toleration, let's get into Miss Janet. Gone, girl, Miss Janet. Who, apparently word on the street is, because, we did talk about a little bit about, and I don't want to break all that down again, about the foolishness and the misinformation she gave in regards of Kamala Harris's ethnic background and all that other stuff, and how she was given the grace, because they about to talk about, oh, Janet deserves grace, and all this other stuff. She was given the grace by the reporter who interviewed her for The Guardian. If those people actually read the article, they would know that. I feel like I need to pull that article up and read that part, so that way people know exactly what she said. Because I feel like a lot of people misinterpret, or just ran with whatever, or got talking points in what she said, and didn't listen when she was talking about what she said, and talking about, oh yeah, she needs the grace. She was given the grace. The problem was that when the reporter was trying to tell her, okay, that's not true, this is what is true, she went and doubled down and was like, well, I was told this, that, and the third. But nobody was questioning, well, who are you getting your information from, niece? Who is telling you, auntie? Oh, I know auntie, because Janet auntie age now, just like how we call Mary J. Blige auntie. It's Auntie Janet. Child, somebody went and said something that had me cackling, was like, see, that's why your mama beat you with that, burned your ass with that iron. When they said that, I fell the fuck out. Because, you talking about, remember when Penny got burned by the iron in the episode of Good Times? So, yeah. So, I'm going to see if I think I can find it, because I did pull up the thing of what she said. Oh yeah, because she was talking about how she don't talk about, like, with her music and all this other stuff, her childhood memories, her 11-year marriage to Renee Elizondo, the thing with Justin Timberlake, and all that other stuff. So I am scrolling down trying to find it. So I think I did find it. Where it was like, where is it? The Kamala Harris thing. See, this is why I hate when I don't have stuff at the ready. Well, I'm like, oh wait, okay. Because I was like, wait a minute, shouldn't I be scrolling down a little further? Blah, 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 blah. I feel like I am killing a lot of time. I don't like when it comes to having a lot of the air and stuff where I don't. Okay, I'll find it in a second. But okay, I found it. I was like, yeah, you had to scroll all the way to the bottom. So they basically said the following, and I'm gonna pull up the thing so that way we could read it as a class. So it says, we move on to talk about the state of the nation. Jackson brought politics directly into the pop consciousness with Rhythm Nation, which addressed racism, poverty, and inequality. All issues just as urgent today as they were 35 years ago. She is a prolific social media user and has used her profile to support Black Lives Matter to bring awareness to police brutality. Does she feel despondent about how slow change is incoming, or is she hopeful about the future? Saying, quote, well, there's all this child trafficking crap that's going on, and this trafficking crap, you know what I mean? That wasn't so prevalent then. It's a strange about turn, and not least because of the many allegations of child SA made against Michael. But it also the most forceful she's ever been since we sat down. At least we didn't know about it back then. I don't think we did we? Not really. I think that it's really now out in the open because it's like $1 billion business and all that crap. Well, that's also because social media does bring attention to a lot of things that we weren't really paying attention to back in the day. So it goes on to say, I wonder what internet rabbit hole she's been going down, but before I can ask, she's moved on. On the Rhythm Nation album for us, it was about making a difference in a kid's life, a teenager's life. From them talking about this path, taking this path with drugs and going down this wrong street to trying to make something of themselves. On the record, she sang about joining voices in protest to social injustice and pushing toward a world rid of color lines. I wonder where she stands on the forthcoming election. After all, I say, America will be on the verge of voting for its first black female president, Kamala Harris, which of course I had people in my timeline, oh, Janet's right, she's not black. She's biracial. First of all, who are you to determine what somebody is? Biracial is not a race. Now, when she goes and gets pulled over by them cops and they look at her skin complexion, they're going to say a black woman. They don't care about all the little nuance. Oh, she's black and Indian. No, ain't nobody thinking about all that when they see you in person. When them white people pull your ass over, you a black woman. So stop it. So they said, well, you know what they supposedly said, she asked me. She's not black. That's what I heard, that she's Indian. Now, here's the thing. She volunteered this herself based off this article. She looks at me expectantly, perhaps assuming that I have Indian heritage. Well, she's both, I offer. Her father's white. That's what I was told. I mean, I haven't watched the news in a few days, she coughs. I was told that they discovered her father was white. I'm floored at this point. It's a well-known that Harris's father is a Jamaican economist, a Stanford professor who split from her Indian mother when she was 5. My mother understood very well that she was raising 2 black daughters, Harris wrote in her book, The Truths We Hold. This is what she said in her book. So if y'all can read, because apparently y'all can't, this was said in that. So when people go back and forth and say, well, she keep flip-flopping on her race, I ain't never heard that woman do that. Ever. In any of the interviews that I watch where I've never heard her flip back and forth on that. I have heard her many a times acknowledge her Indian side and her black side. And here's the thing, with most of us who are proud of who we are and stand 10 toes down in our race and our ethnic background, whatever the hell you want to call it, I don't disacknowledge other sides of me. When I talk about myself being of mixed race, I acknowledge all the sides because I'm not going to deny my mother and I'm not going to deny my father. And at the end of the day, we're always stuck in a rock and a hard place because I don't think a lot of people understand what it's like to be of multiple races, 2 or more races, as they want you to check that damn box when you have to fill out the paperwork. So they said the people who are the most vocal in questioning the facts of Harris's identity tend to be hardcore QAnon adjacent, Trump loving conspiracy theorists. I don't think Jackson falls into that camp, but I do wonder what the algorithms are serving her. She said, I start again. Harris has dual heritage, I say. And given this moment, does Jackson think America's ready for her if we agree she's black or, okay, a woman of color? She said, I don't know. Honestly, I don't want to answer that because I really truthfully don't know. I think either way it goes is going to be mayhem. Because, we heard the recent story about pow-powing happening at one of Kamala Harris's, like where she has her camp set up or whatever for her campaign. So there's a lot of this craziness going on. There's people who don't want this woman becoming president and are trying to take her out. Then there's people allegedly that's trying to take Trump out. So there you have it. You have all that laid out. That is the whole full foundation because I felt like I had to read it because everybody's running with this narrative of something that was said. They're running with cliff notes. They're running with sound bites and they're just giving their opinion on it. So now y'all can't put no damn words in my mouth because I said what I said reading the damn article to you. This is just me generally speaking. So now let's unpack it. Because when we're sitting there talking about what you said in regards to that, the fact that her identity tends to be hardcore QAnon adjacent Trump loving conspiracy theorists, well, you don't think Janet falls in that camp, but you wonder what algorithms are serving her or who's chirping in her ear, which brings us to the story. I know it had to be a roundabout way that we get there, but a lot of times we got to break things down on this show. I don't do TikTok clip notes. If that's what some of y'all want, y'all can go get that elsewhere. But with me, I'm here to break it all down because sometimes you have to do that for people to get the full nuance of the situation. So who's feeding her this information? Well, according to the word on the street, and we've been saying this, People feel like her brother and manager, Randy Jackson, and not the one from American Idol. They feel like he's been in her ear, feeding her misinformation. And I'm sure that probably when she's walking in and out of the house, they probably, well, her living in London, whatever the conservative channels are over there. I don't know what the British version equivalent of Fox News and News Nation and the Federalists and all that other foolishness is. I don't know what the equivalent of that is, but I'm sure if Randy is up in that house, that's what's playing in that TV, and she's probably catching some of that stuff in her ear and believing whatever the foolishness is on that TV, because Janet is a celebrity who lives in a damn bubble. She don't live like the rest of us. But you would think that she would have a mind of her own, but clearly she doesn't. So it says the furor began on Saturday after the Guardian newspaper published an interview with the Control singer. So we don't need to go through that because we already broke all that down. But let's get to the meat and potatoes. Now, the criticism on social media was swift and devastating as comedian D.L. Hughley blasted the interview as sounding like a Trump rally and even took a shot at the singer's plastic surgery. He said it's a little iconic to question whether someone is black while you're breathing through the nose of a white woman. This is what he wrote on Twitter. And people was getting mad over that, but I'm like, look, first of all, I don't give a damn who it is. And this is why I got to give a shout out to Roland Martin, because I was watching a video of his yesterday and I was like, thank you. I got up and clapped. Because I was like, you are literally saying the same thing that I've said, which is I don't give a damn who you are. When you have a position where you can influence a lot of people, you are not beyond reproach. You are not exempt from criticism. And Janet, I don't care how much she has contributed to music. When you say something dumb and you give misinformation and disinformation, you are not beyond criticism. Now, this stuff about people talking about she's canceled, that's a bunch of BS. First of all, you can't cancel a celebrity. They're not a sitcom. They're not a TV show. They're not a movie. You can't cancel a show. I mean, you can't cancel a human being. You can cancel a show, but you can't cancel a human being. And for her saying what she said, okay, that's what she believed. But at this point, it's like you could go and see her do the same tight ass two-step at her residency at the end of the year, or you can stop listening to her music. That's up to you. But I don't think that this little thing that she said is enough where y'all could just run around and say, oh, yeah, we're going to cancel her. So I don't agree with that. I just feel like anybody who says something that is incorrect, you deserve to be checked. She is not beyond reproach. I don't care how much she's contributed. And I don't understand people who go and say that, oh, we're not going to cancel her, or we're not going to do this, or we're not going to criticize her. I'm not going to go too hard on her. For what? Does she shit gold? I'm sorry. Her shit stink like the rest of ours. If she got to pull out a goddamn air freshener after wiping her ass for blowing up a bathroom like the rest of us, then she is not beyond reproach. I'm sorry. And I don't care how harsh it sounds, but you know you ain't getting no Disney-fied version of stuff as being set up in here. I call it as I see it. I give it straight with no chaser. That's how I like my liquor. Like I give it to you straight. Ish. So they also said that they're told that her inner circle, this is according to Daily Mail, I should say. Oh, and actually not Daily Mail. This was page 6, because they spoke to somebody from the inner circle. They said he was perplexed by the interview and feel that the fallout could be more severe than that of Nipplegate after her infamous Super Bowl performance 20 years ago, because her comments could tarnish her sterling reputation as a champion of marginalized groups. And this is the point I'm trying to get to. For somebody who has come out and made, when you get Whoopi Goldberg clueless behind or celebrity ass kissing behind, she's not a political animal. You clearly don't listen to Janet's music. Because when you put yourself in a position to be a champion of marginalized groups, when you recorded a whole album called Rhythm Nation 1814, when you was talking about taking control of your career as a woman, when you came out with as a champion of the gays with the Velvet Rope, then what are we supposed to do? All of a sudden now she's not a political animal? These are all political themes. So what are you talking about? Now, the Rock and Roll Hall of Famer has tackled social media and social issues, as I said, like homophobia, female empowerment, and racism in her work, and her trademark tune calls for the world to unite beyond music. How can she sing about Rhythm Nation and make comments like that, said an insider. It doesn't even sound like her. She's so methodical. I don't know who made her do that. What made her do this? Randy. That's who made her do it. And I hate the fact that, you know what, but I guess it's good being, I guess it's like sometimes it's lonely being wrong. I mean, lonely being right. I was going to say lonely being wrong. Lonely being right. Because all the stuff that these people are saying, I said this. But let's continue. The source adds that Jackson, who lives in London, doesn't really watch the news anymore. She does live in a bubble. They're also told that Janet learned of the outrage while partying with her crew, including designer Christian Siriano in Paris. Excuse me. Janet and Randy's attitude was just to let it blow over. They weren't planning to address it. This is what another source told us. And then we had the person that came out, Mo Almazri, who claimed to be her manager, who issued an apology on her behalf to BuzzFeed, and then her rep walked it back in a Variety article and declared that El Masri doesn't work for Janet. So basically saying that he was literally fired for walking back, I mean, for basically trying to clean up her mess. They further said the Jackson siblings would not be commenting on the interview as they are mourning their older brother Tito, who passed away last week. Okay, well, I guess we'll give you the grace for that. But once that whole situation is happening, then the next time you have to do an interview, you got to promote something. So we're not going to bring this up because you know they are. Now, things even got more confusing. Girl, so confusing. After People magazine published another apology, which it updated after the rep told them that he does not represent Janet in any capacity, according to the article. El Masri later alleged Janet and Randy fired him after attempts to improve her image in front of public opinion and her fans, and this is something I do not deserve. This isn't the first time Al-Masri has claimed that he managed Janet. In August, he announced the singer's upcoming Las Vegas residency as her manager. Janet's publicity team later sent out an official announcement, but curiously didn't address El-Masri speaking on the singer's behalf back then. But multiple sources insist no one in her camp knows who he is. Okay, well, if they paid to pull a Mariah and say, I don't know her, then I guess that's what they're going to go with to keep their job. Now, it's a completely out of the blue. No one has ever heard of this guy, not any breath of him. This is what one insider told the source. Another source told them that they never heard the guy's name in my life and believes Randy brought him on. Randy's sabotaging her legacy because he's not savvy. She's giving Randy control, and no one understands how he's managing her when he's never had a career. She pays for everything. But maybe that's what it is. He's a mooch. Because, yeah, if you're the manager, you have to pay your manager. They further told us that Janet listens to Randy, who is a Trump supporter and conspiracy theorist. Janet's bubble is small, and she listens to Randy. She does peddle in conspiracy theories. Janet spoke about Randy as her manager in the interview and explained he's the reason she hasn't released new music. Well, exactly, because they told about the whole Black Diamond thing, and I told y'all in the interview prior, not in this one, but she mentions in the interview about Black Diamond, and we don't even know what the status on it is. She was basically talking about how, you got to ask Randy. He's the one that's in that. So basically it said, from the outside, the last few days have looked a little muddled. Tours have been promised before and have been left unfulfilled. An album, Black Diamond, was announced and then junked. She said, I feel so badly about that. This is what she said sheepishly. There was this stuff I had to clean up in my own backyard, which got cleaned up. She motions deliberately vague. And I have recorded a lot of music, she laughs. A lot of music that's just sitting on the shelf. So why isn't she releasing it? I went to my brother Randy, and I think he's just waiting for the opportune time. Well, sis, the opportune time is now. People have been waiting God knows how long for this damn Black Diamond album. You promised that almost a damn decade ago. What the hell are you waiting on? And first of all, Randy ain't a singer. So what the hell do you need to wait on him for? Shouldn't you, as the artist, be making a decision on your own career on when you should and should not be releasing music? It's not like you're tied to a label. You're independent. With a distribution deal, pushing your music. So what are you talking about? But they said that they are partners in Rhythm Nation Records, but he is a such big part of her decision-making process. So what the hell are you waiting on? Child, y'all gonna be waiting on that album Like y'all waiting for Jesus to come back from the dead. That's when that Black Diamond album gonna come out. So they also said that Janet spoke about Randy as her manager in the interview. And um, they also said that she doesn't have enough material for a new album and hasn't recorded in the studio since before the pandemic. Well, if you don't have enough music, just make an EP. Who's really releasing full albums anymore? That's the assistant. That's her giving that, full top head. But let's leave this here. You don't need to release new music. You could do an EP and have just a couple of songs, like the best songs that you've cut, put that out, and perform that on the tour. Because we already know what you're gonna give on the tour, chair. So I don't know why you keep, and they also went on and said, I don't know why she keeps promising new music because there is none, at least not enough for a full album. This was a third source claimed. In the meantime, Janet is closing out the second leg of her Together Again tour in London and is preparing to return to Vegas for a new residency at the end of the year. So that's basically all that we have on that. And I feel like I said all I need to say in regards to this because I feel like, you know what, Randy is pretty much going to run her damn career into the ground. She's listening to him. He's a QAnon, Trump supporting conspiracy theorist, spewing a whole bunch of crap in her ear. She's lived in this bubble. But it goes to show that, you know what, maybe it's a lot of that radicalization of them growing up Jehovah's Witness when she's always had like that cult mindset. Like, the Jehovah's Witnesses ain't no different than them damn Scientologists. There's a lot of these little cultures, religious situations where y'all get wrapped up in this matrix and y'all don't see nothing outside of your little bubble. And we get that she's like this big superstar. But yeah, like I said before, when you say the stupidest things, you're going to get called out. So that's all I got to say on that. But I'll ask you this. What do y'all think of this story? Do y'all think she is being radicalized? And if it is, it's a damn shame. I guess I'm just going to have to appreciate old Janet and what she gave us back in the day because new Janet is a mess. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Ooh, that was a whole lot. Now speaking of comments, we have a whole lot. That's the problem with her. Like she just be messing with these damn conservatives. So honestly, to have Janet make this comment like this about Kamala is very consequential. And I think a lot of people are mad at her because they feel like, you know what, with a lot of you black people coming out saying this stuff, it's like you rich folks coming out saying all this craziness, especially when it comes to black people in our spaces. And it's like, you're feeding into this nonsense. Now, Trump would love every bit of this to have her come out and be a supporter. And if she did that, she definitely destroyed what's left of her career. Her ex-husband, you talking about We Saw him? I wouldn't be surprised. Renee or the guy that she has a kid with. I think the difference is Janet Jackson is a black woman and Kamala is black. There is a difference. Aren't they both black women? It's her ex-husband that oh yeah, so it probably is a We Saw him, the billionaire. Mm-hmm. And when he giving you a whole lot of coin, and you ain't really got to work as hard for, I guess you're gonna go along. I see your point regarding Kamala and being pulled over. Honestly, Kamala does look like a light-skinned black woman from the '90s. Her '90s pictures look like this. I remember she had one of those, those asymmetrical haircuts from the '80s too. And she was in a synth pop band. I've seen that photo too. People have been perturbed with her some comments, like the Kwanzaa comment. What she said about Kwanzaa, I don't remember that. Also, how can a black woman who was in her 30s in the '90s have Cardi B as their I would think you would have said Missy Elliott, is that your best friend? I mean, that's your good Judy. I would have said that. Kamala does not come off authentic. Well, that's another thing people feel too, but they feel like she's better than, the lesser than two evils and better than the current trash they have on that other side. She is getting better though. Kamala just needs to be herself. Sometimes, well, you know what? After a while, I feel like once she gets in the pocket, she'll be able to be herself. I know it's taking her a minute. Not everybody has the ability to be a personality, and I feel like we put too much of that on our politicians, and I think it comes from Ronald Reagan being an actor who became president. So ever since then, it's like we want people that we want to have a beer with, somebody we want to hang out with. But it's like I need policy. I don't need a best friend to be rooting for as the president. I need you doing a job that I wouldn't have the ability to do. That's what we're putting you in office for. I think her brother is getting in her ear a little too much. Absolutely. She almost sounds brainwashed. And it was sad reading that in that damn article. Plus, as opposed to just not giving her, just giving her authentic biracial and bicultural experience, she kept with the black cosplay. Mariah Carey always identified. Yes, she did. She never came across as denying who her father was, even though she experienced racism because of it, and saw that her father was experiencing getting racism from other people, and she wanted to incorporate her father in a lot of things. He said, "Breathing through the nose of a white woman." That's exactly what he said, child. Don't let Randy ruin your legacy. She better not. Especially when his ass ain't working. Because we all know that the only Jackson in that family working is Janet. Janet seems fake as fuck. I'm good on her. Ooh, okay. Whoopi is older and has known these people since they were teens. Whoopi supported Janet, and so also Stacey. She always supporting the wrong damn people. She was supporting Mel Gibson and Bill Cosby, if you want to talk about it. She always supporting the wrong damn people. It's like, sis, you need to understand the difference between, these people and where their true heart lies. I do too. I love Christian Siriano. I've always loved Christian Siriano ever since he was on Project Rumor. And I know people want to get in on him because back in the day, he used to say tranny mass, hot tranny mass and stuff. But y'all need to realize the times were the time back in the day. It was not considered derogatory to be saying that word. Now you can't say it. Because with age comes maturity, and you realize the times have changed. You got to evolve with the times. This is the opportunity for people to get creative and change the narrative in certain things that you say. So, and and get creative with the wording. I always have a special place for him. He had a great year on Project Runway. He was 10 out of 10 with every piece. And I have to say, like, out of all the people that was on Project Runway, he's the only one I remember. She missed the old days of Project Runway. Project Runway was that show. Now it's like we could pay it dust. Jenna's getting ready to start her European tour this Friday. Okay, well, we'll see how well the Europe. Well, I guess the Europeans, that's not their fight, so they don't care. The Londoners. I don't even went. Wait, I don't even want Black Diamond anymore. I don't think she does either. Jenna is at that age where she knows she can only trust the Jackson family. They are just too influential to just fool with anyone, so they stay among themselves. Like Jehovah's Witnesses, they keep to themselves too. We all remember what happened when the Jacksons let outsiders in their ranks. Well, they got trust. They trusted the wrong damn people. That's the problem. Is she gonna wait until she's 70 doing? At that time, we ain't gonna want it. Her tours are so predictable now. She needs to have who you telling. That's what I said. Like, you don't even change up the music. You don't change up the choreography. It's the same thing over and over. The same 4 backup dances, the same Rhythm Nation choreography. It's like, girl, I'm good. And people want to continue to talk about, oh, but she's royalty or she's this. But it's like, evolve. Nobody is throwing shade at, nobody's discounting what she did in the past. Nobody's discounting her overall legacy. But what have you done for us lately, to take a quote out of your own damn song? Where do you plan on, like, what's the next chapter in the Janet Jackson legacy? You just going to keep doing the same damn thing? So I guess you're only good for a residency if that's what you want to do. Well, if you look at Jenna now, she does. She be dressing like no skin at all. I'm not saying that you got to be having your titties out, like that whole. I don't know if she's still traumatized from the Super Bowl, but you don't have to dress like literally like you got your whole up to the neck with fabric. That's why I love Madonna's tours, because she always changes that. Me too. And it's like, I don't want to be doing the comparisons, but one of the things is like what I always look forward to Madonna, and why I'll always like, she'll always get my coin, is because I know, like, if I go to her tour, I know I'm going to get something different. When she does her hits, she changes up the song. She's going to give you how many different versions of La Isla Bonita is out there? So many different versions. When we watch a lot of her tours, she performs the hits. She gives you something different with the choreography. She changes up the costuming. The set is different. The stage is different. The dances is different. She's going to give it, because she's got to challenge herself. It's like, I don't want to sit up here and just keep giving y'all the same show. And that gives me an excuse to charge y'all $1,200 for a front row seat, or $2,500, depending on where you're sitting. This summer, she was wearing sweats outside when it was hot as hell. Oh yeah, there was another thing when she did that interview, that it was hot out in London, and she was dressed like all covered up. It's like, sis, are you a practicing Muslim? Did you change your religion because of we song? Was that part of the deal for you to get out of that divorce? You still got to look uber conservative. So it's like, yeah. So when they talk about, oh, she was mourning her brother, I'm like, that's not an excuse. First of all, that interview, we already know, like, when you do written interviews, that's done months before it comes out. So she didn't just do that interview around the time her brother passed. Um, I saw that because I meant to mention that I got an alert on my watch that her album came out. And so I did get the alert on my watch. I just kept talking with the It's a good point regarding Ronald Reagan and using him as an example. I'll always find an example to make a point. Because I don't want to share a beer with either. Exactly. I don't want to share alcohol or have a beer with these celebrities or these politicians. I want to know, what are you actually going to do to make the country better? What are you going to do in regards of, like, you know, why the rent so damn high? Why is mortgage payments so damn high? Why is food prices so damn high? Why did I go to Walgreens yesterday and buy 3 items and it cost me $30? Like, why? Why is everything so damn expensive? It's like the Olsen twins. They're basically recluses. Yeah, but at least they ain't out here saying nothing dumb. They just busy, looking like, them elflings out of the dark crystal and smoking their cigarettes. But anyway, let's move on and let's talk about Chapel Roan, who, speaking of politics, says she isn't endorsing a candidate for president. Now, while this seems hardly newsworthy, the internet virtually erupted in horror, I tell you, horror, that the 26-year-old musician who shot to fame earlier this year doesn't want to use her fame to urge fans to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, it also begs the question of, like, when did it become so that that celebrities have to give a stance on politics? When it would become a thing that all of a sudden they have to come out and force people to become political animals, as Whoopi Goldberg likes to call them. So, although Taylor Swift and Billie Eilish have recently been outspoken about their support for Democratic president candidate Kamala Harris, Chapel Roan is holding off on making an endorsement ahead of the 2024 presidential election. The pop star, who rocketed to fame over the past few months, recently told, and here we go again, it's The Guardian. Would you stop talking to The Guardian? Y'all putting your feet in your mouth every time y'all talk to them. But keep talking to them, because it's good grist for our show. So on the one side, the angel side, stop talking to, but the devil side, my nosy side is like, yeah, keep talking. So she doesn't feel pressured to endorse someone. She said, I have so many issues with our government in every way. There are so many things that I would want to change. So I don't feel pressured to endorse someone. There's problems on both sides. I encourage people to use your critical thinking skills, use your vote small, vote for what's going on in your city. So yeah, now she's talking about those, regular candidates that, when it comes to, just vote for what's going on in your local community, vote for your local politicians, that sort of thing. Yeah, that's a part of it. But she also said that most important issues is trans rights, adding they cannot have cis people making decisions for trans people, period. Well, I don't know what you're talking about there, because she said you cannot have cis people making decisions for trans people. Well, here's the thing. Whether you want to agree with it or not, there's a cis woman by the name of Kamala Harris that was out here windmilling hard for the LGBTQIA rights long before it became this popular thing, before she was even in the vice presidential situation. So when you come out and say you can't have cis people making decisions, so you waiting for a trans person to become president for them to make the decisions on trans people? Because that's not how politics works, niece. It's like I said before, when it comes to politics, things are not black and white. They're shades of gray. So the sooner you learn that, the better. But I do get it that you feel a certain way in regards of, like, how you don't want to jump in and be, as she said, a monkey dancing for the Democratic, at the White House for, Pride Month, because of what's going on in regards of, both sides and their stance on the whole Israel, Palestinian, Hamas conflict that's going on right now. But why are we being one vote or one policy voting type of situation? Like, there's so many things that we got to worry about in regards of, our community in the situation. So, like, well, I'll get to that in a minute, but let me finish the article because then I'll give you my overall opinion. So the Harris campaign previously shared a meme seemingly inspired by Roan's Phenomenon song. I was listening to that the other day, by the way, when I was working out in the gym. And they said, and the Harris Walls campaign baseball cap bears a striking resemblance to some of Roan's merch. Roan recently said that she declined an invitation to perform at the White House Pride event, saying during the Governor's Ball Festival in New York, "We want liberty, justice, and freedom for all. When you do that, that's when I'll come." When some fans misconstrued her lack of attendance due to the disagreement with a number of the Biden administration's positions as support for Republicans and GOP presidential nominee Donald Trump, Rowan told Rolling Stone earlier this month, "It is not so black and white that you hate one and you like the other. No matter how you say it, people are still going to be pissed for effing some reason. I'm not going to go to the White House because I'm not going to be a monkey for pride." She added to Rolling Stone of her political views. She said, "Right now, it's more important than ever to use your vote, or I will do whatever it takes to protect people's civil rights, especially the LGBTQ plus community. I feel lucky to be alive during this incredible historical time period where a woman of color is a presidential nominee." Well, this is historical. It's the same situation when we had Barack Obama. We never thought the day would come when we get to see ourselves with our first black president, where some people, he's biracial, he's not black, he's biracial. But here's the thing: when like I said before in the previous topic about Kamala Harris and Janet Jackson, when Barack Obama put himself in that car and driving down the street, he get pulled over by them cops. They ain't gonna see no biracial man behind that wheel. They see a black man. Still, Roan is using her success to support causes she believes in. Roan has been donating a portion of her concert ticket sales to the Kaleidoscope Trust UK LGBTQ charity, and according to The Guardian, the merch stand at her concert sells signed risograph prints for £100 each, with proceeds going toward aid for Palestine. Melanie Martinez is another one that goes hard for Palestine too, so I want to put that out there as well. She don't get enough credit, and when people talk about her as well. So, of the prince, Roan said, "It's just my duty to help send resources to a community that absolutely is being destroyed." She also made headlines for being outspoken about her personal boundaries on social media, and at the 2024 VMAs, she snapped at a photographer who had been shouting at her. So, she always talks about how she's turned on for being a celebrity, da da da, so on and so forth. And then, she also has bipolar disorder, bipolar 2, whatever the case is. So, here's one of my overall thoughts on this. Now, at the end of the day, Chapel's opinion, whether you agree with her or not, is basically her opinion. And she's allowed to give it. We are in a time where reporters, want to get the celebrity opinions of what's happening in the world politically. And when they feel pressured, the celebrities to give said opinion, people rake them over the coals based on their opinion. Now, in regards to her comments about bad people on both sides, I think she's referring to both Democrats and Republicans, seemingly in lockstep with what Israel is doing to Palestine. That's why when President Biden was the second term nominee, Chapel refused to dance like a monkey for the Democrats at the White House for Pride Month. But here's the thing: Biden is not the nominee anymore. Kamala Harris is. We've heard little things here and there about what her stance is. Does she stand with Israel? Does she not stand with Israel? People accusing her of being an anti-Semite. I don't know how that's possible when her husband's Jewish. So there's been a lot of misinformation in regards to that. Here's the thing: she can't do nothing about any of these policies and anything until she gets in the White House. These are all Biden's policies that is currently in place. Who knows when she gets in the White House if she'll be able to turn things around or whatever the case is. We won't know until that point does. But we do know where Trump stands on in regards to this government because he's been in the White House before. And we know about Project 2025. But one of the things I don't like is because she has her opinion, how people are sitting there here trying to play um, trauma Olympics. Where so like some people think that their plight and their issue is bigger and better than hers. Come on, how can you be a lesbian and you're not going to vote for Kamala Harris, who actually goes hard for LGBTQIA plus rights? That's her decision. If she doesn't want to vote for her, that's her right. But she has put herself in a position of being political that she has to give her stance on things. And then, of course, her drag mother, Sasha Colby, because I was like, I need to point this out. Here's what she tweeted. Because Pop Flop posted this thing about Chaperone why she hasn't endorsed Kamala Harris. And I already read y'all her quote, so we need to go into it again. Because somebody put sorry, but if you need the lesbian drag queen pop star to tell you you shouldn't vote for the anti-LGBT, anti-trans fascist party, then well, good luck, Charlie. But here's the thing. I don't feel like that she's telling people what to do. She's telling y'all to do your own research, to vote, and she's telling you the other things, but this is her decision. And y'all should be able to have a mind of your own. You shouldn't be looking at celebrities, but unfortunately we do, or a lot of people do. You should not be looking at celebrities to help you make a decision on who you want to vote for. They should not dictate and work your mind. But she goes, you cannot be a part of the house of Kobe and have this take. Your mother cannot be a literal target of oppressive conservative agendas and say that you don't feel pressured. At very least, don't both sides this, JFC. Do not infantilize her either. So, and I don't think Sasha Kobe said that. I think that that somebody was saying that in regards of not Kamala Harris, of Chapel Roan, and you talking about, yeah, you supposed to be for trans rights, you supposed to be for gay rights. They trying to kill everybody out here. They're trying to roll back the rights of the gay community. They're trying to roll back the rights of trans people. They're trying to roll back, I just told y'all earlier that hate crimes against queer people are up 10%. So these are the things that we have to worry about. And it's like, yeah, we have a lot of targets on our back because these GOPers are trying to other everybody, distract from what they want to do and take away by stealing and doing whatever they trying to do, criminal activities, whatever, but they want to deflect by saying, those black people, they taking your black job. So let's go after the immigrants. The Haitians are eating cats and dogs. The gays, the drag queens are trying to, and the trans people are out here trying to, corrupt your children. These are the things that they do while they're over here doing their little criminal activities and robbing the government blind. So like I said, I like Chapel Roan, but this is her opinion. And you can either follow it or you don't. But I would expect people to have a mind of their own and really get into politics, and whatever her feelings are, that should not deter you or keep you from voting for who you want to vote for in November. Because we're 40 plus days away from this election. About to be a month away. November 4th? So yeah, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so you said it's like they locked her in a tower or something. They're locked in a tower or something. Walgreens is expensive, yo. Gotta wait for the deal. But when I live next to a Walgreens, that's pretty much where I gotta go shopping. But then I guess what I'll do is when I'm in the city, then I'm gonna have to go to the CVS or there's a lot of Targets in Manhattan. I just saw that they're building they've already built it. Now they got to start hiring, I guess, figure out when they open it. They just built a Target over on 23rd Street, which is not too far from my gym. And Sailor Mermaid's gym, too, because he goes to the more expensive one with Austin Wolf and them goes to, and the porn stars. My gym is a couple of blocks away. So I ain't trying to spend no $200 a month on no damn membership. But anyway, so you said their sister Ashley is great. But I like Elizabeth Olsen. He said their sister Elizabeth is great. I basically see Elizabeth as the actor. Mary Kate and Ashley just do their thing and look fly. And it says she really is that Gen Z girl. Chapel Roan is not tolerating these old boomers foolery. And I feel like it's good to sit out here and question the policies of both sides. But I'm like, well, damn, why'd y'all wait until now to be all of a sudden y'all got a battery in your back and y'all want to really open your eyes to this stuff? But I guess because we've been bombarded with Trump for 8 years already, it's like, go away, please. We tired of you. So once we get rid of him and his ass get in the jail or whatever, then we can come on here and start being like, okay, now we can go in and be like Kamala versus some more sane version of the Republican side. And it's like, yeah, y'all not going to get our vote. There needs to be a third party situation that needs to come in, because if y'all not going to do the job, we need to bring somebody in who actually thinks the way that sees the world the way the American people see it. But they're not trying to give up all that power. I saw a pro-Trump commercial that used clips of Kamala and a trans person during an interview. I think they even Child, I would be suing. But here's the thing. There's enough lawsuits going against the Trump and JD. Because I heard like this over the eating the dogs thing when the Haitians and stuff, they got a lawsuit against them for that. So it's like the lawsuits is piling up. I was a big fan of Melanie when I was 11. She lost me and a lot of other people after she put on the mask and started copying Bjork. Yeah. I remember when I worked her show, people were like, what the fuck is this? It was like, her tour is terrible. But here's the thing, it's funny enough. It's funny how you said that, where she was like, she was trying to copy Bjork. It was sort of like they would play Bjork's music before the show started. You know how like when you come to concerts and they play the music before the concert, that music to get everybody in the room or whatever and like get to their seats and things. Yeah. So I could definitely see that Bjork is the influence. She puts on a good show though. And her murder, that's how hit. Oh my God! I just realized. I think tonight's Megan Trainor show. I'm glad. I'm kind of glad I'm not working that show because I'm like, I'm not a Megan fan. Um, we say American culture uses politics as a team sport, using the two-party system as the only viable way of government. She has a right to not vote or either vote or for either and vote third. Absolutely. And that's what I said. That's a good thing as an American. She has a right to vote the way she wants to vote. And people shouldn't get mad or pressure people to be, well, you need to vote for Kamala. Our democracy. Like, stop that. If she wants to vote, if she want to vote for Kermit the Frog, she can vote for him. I'm not saying I agree with it, but that is her given right to do so. I agree that Kamala doesn't come across as 100% authentic, but then I remember that she's basically on a job interview. None of us are completely authentic when we are trying to get, absolutely. We really started to show our true colors once we get the job. So that's a good way to look at it too. It's so like, yeah, it's a job interview. When you are running for office or whatever the case is, you're basically trying to get America, you're trying to convince America that you are the right one for the job. It's not just, the interviewer or a league of people. Like when you go into those high profile businesses, you have like maybe 5 people you got to impress. I remember one time I went for a job, I had to go through 3 people to get it. I'm like, God damn, this is a lot of work. But I got it. And so I was like, I don't, and this was in one day. As I don't really like Chapel. I forgot. I'm supposed to call her Chapel Moan because she always moaning about something. Child, we about to do a 4-hour show today. It's like we can't be our authentic selves in a job interview. I don't even share my social media because that. Well, yeah. Well, first of all, nobody knows me as Chris Avalon in my workspace. That ain't even my real name. It's a stage name. My name is Chris, but it's like it's a stage name. But when it comes down to authentic, yeah, it's like I don't give up my Instagram and social media and stuff. There's very few people that have it, and that was when I worked for AMC. That was like my coworkers, they were the best. So yeah, I still converse with them. I'm still friends with them. So they have my social media, and they're not even bothered by the stuff. They're like whatever, because they're all in some ways, it was entertainment, that sort of thing. When I worked in the hospital, it was like, I don't even like y'all enough for you to even have my information. So I was not giving up my social media. And me working at the garden, I'm cool with people there. We chat and all this other stuff, but I'm not comfortable enough with them even having like my social media. Like I don't speak to them like that. I go in, I do my job, and I leave. But for the most part, yeah, I don't mingle like that because I'm like, y'all ain't gonna try to throw my shit against me. So yeah. Um, I agree with you on the whole sharing the social media. You can't trust too many people out here. The Green Party actually has a chance to one day, especially this year, if they were more popular. Well, there's like we got to figure out ways. We got to get around that the mainstream media who tries to suppress them. So I feel like maybe the Green Party needs to start using social media as a way to get out there and really push, and using a lot of the younger kids to make themselves be heard and spook the hell out of these Democrats and Republicans, because they need to realize that y'all are gonna die off. You boomers and you silent generations and some of the Gen X, a lot of y'all gonna die off eventually. So that old way of thinking, who is going to be the new party? Who's going to be the new Democratic Party? Who's going to be the new Republican Party? Because you have to, as they said, the children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. A wise woman said that. Miss Whitney Houston. Exactly. Miss Moan. Always moaning about something. Okay, so now, child, let's get into Dancing with the Stars. Are y'all watching Dancing with the Stars this season? I don't particularly care for it, but child, when Maxim Chmerkovskiy came out and was throwing shade at Anna Delvey, I was like, we got to talk about this because I don't like her, and neither does he. So, she was on Dancing with the Stars with that damn ankle monitor, dancing with the homosexual Ezra Sosa. He's a new addition to the show. Well, at least we actually got a gay dancer on there. I mean, we probably had some before. I don't be keeping up with them like that. But at least we have some gays on there because a lot of them, sometimes I be thinking, when I be looking at y'all Russian dancers, I be thinking a lot of y'all are gay. But maybe that's a stereotype. So while appearing on the TMZ podcast, the 44-year-old performer branded 33-year-old Delvey a shitty dancer. Saying there's so many other people you could choose from, he said, from the producer's decision to cast a formerly incarcerated socialite. I don't buy this she was nervous stuff. She was a shitty dancer. This is basically what he declared on the latest episode of the podcast. He also said her standoffish personality is not really going to help her in this competition. When asked how many weeks he thinks she'll last in the running competition show, Maxim said, I don't care. She's not somebody I tune in to watch. God damn. He added, I'm not saying anything no one else is saying also. Absolutely. And that's what I like about Maxim. Maxim, his mouth is be whatever. What show is he on right now? Because I know isn't he doing like a competition? Or was it So You Think You Could Dance? I think he was a dancer on or something or another. I mean, not a dancer. He was a judge. I think it was on this recent season of So You Think You Could Dance with JoJo Siwa. Because they had to replace Nigel Lithgow because of all them accusations. So I know he was on it, but they replaced him with JoJo. But she was, Joanne the scammer, because that's what I'm gonna start to call her, who was portrayed. She was portrayed by Julia Garner, who is about to play Madonna in the upcoming biopic. But she was played by Julia Garner. She inventing Anna. She was jailed in 2019 for stealing them people money. One person says she a damn criminal. This is what somebody said on Twitter following her debut on Dancing with the Stars last week. In 2022, for those of you who didn't know, she began house arrest as she waited to find out if she'd be allowed to remain in the United States following her complete prison stint. She was recently allowed to start working again and to travel within 70 miles of where she lives on the East Coast. Additionally, Anna was given a social security number and permitted to use social media again. Well, here's the thing. You out here stealing people's money and committing white-collar crimes. Why does she... This is the thing that irritates me about Dancing with the Stars and our media as a whole. A lot of y'all give grace, and a lot of y'all will give praise and make the worst of the worst. You give them way more leeway than those of us who actually be working our ass off and literally be pulling ourselves up by our bootstraps. When do we get our big break? Do I got to commit a crime in order for y'all to see how fierce I am in regards to my talent? It shouldn't have to come to that point where you're giving people like her a platform. You're giving Gypsy Rose Blanchard a damn platform. You're giving all these people a platform. The Menendez brothers, OJ, all these other people. Like, what is happening with this country? This country is a mess. But here's the thing, Max, and you ain't got to worry about no more because she was eliminated last night. So there's the the light at the end of the tunnel. So your gripe was a little temporary. But unfortunately, it was a double elimination because she wasn't the only one who was eliminated. Apparently, they eliminated Tori Spelling as well. So she went home, and I like Tori. But apparently, she didn't garner up enough votes to last another week. But you know who I'm rooting for? Phaedra. I'm here for Miss Phaedra. But yeah, so Anna Delvey's gone. Who knows? Now she's going to go back to house arrest and doing the itchy, yah, da, da with that damn ankle monitor around her freaking leg. And there's that. But this ain't the first time they've had criminals on the show. Little Kim, Tommy Chong, Steve O have been on the show. And they've had horrible people. Scaramucci and all them other politicians. They've had some of them disgraced politicians compete on Dance with the Stars. But maybe this will be a lesson learned from Dance with the Stars that y'all need to stop bringing criminals and giving them a platform and put them on the show thinking that that's going to be a ratings draw. The people have spoken. They're not willing to tolerate giving a platform to criminals. So there you have it. So that's all I got to say on that. So are y'all sad to see Anna Delvey go? on Dancing with the Tired Ass Stars. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, Felix says, I remember when they had Kirsty, that crazy lady. Well, may she rest in peace, but she was a Scientologist, another nut. But anyway, let's get into our final topic, which is Nicki Doll defiant after this bigoted backlash to the Olympic opening ceremony. So she recently did an interview with Pink News about the backlash she and other drag artists received after they appeared in the opening ceremony for the Paris 2024 Olympics. Reflecting on the performance that sparked controversy for its diverse and playful style, which some believe was inspired by The Last Supper, Nicki said, I knew that it would be something very special. It was a massive honor. Well, I wasn't bothered by it because I don't get caught up in that whole religious, whatever the case was. But it said it's based off of, what was it, Leonardo da Vinci? She looks fabulous here, by the way. Shout out to Nicki, who I believe lives in New York. However, that didn't mean there weren't challenges, one of them being the dreadful weather. She said, we were perfuming in the heavy rain for an hour and 45 minutes. This is what she recalls. I look like a wet-ass panda. Turns out waterproof makeup works for me. Now, despite the downpour, the moment wasn't dampened. She said, we were all looking at one another. We knew, regardless of the discomfort and probably the messiness, we were creating something beyond that, what we could understand. Oh yeah, and I forgot. I need to know what the details on that whole Lawrence Fox situation, because remember she's suing him. So the Drag Race star has felt the positive impact of the performance on the world stage ripple through different communities. Someone from Algeria said, thank you so much. Nobody knew you would appear on stage, and my whole family, Muslim grandfather, parents, and cousins saw this and it started conversations. This person was in the closet, queer and Arab. You did something beyond you. Although many were thrilled at the opening ceremony, there were others who found the presence of drag queens to be deserving of a backlash. Nicki had a message for them, saying, every religious person who has our interests at heart, who is an ally to queer people, who wants us to have rights and safety, I apologize if you misunderstood what we wanted to do. To everyone who decided to use this to unleash their fat phobia, racism, transphobia, and homophobia, I wash myself every morning with your tears. In the aftermath of the online criticism, Nicki announced that she was launching legal action against former Lewis star Lawrence Fox, who called participants in the extravaganza deviant little pedos. So that situation is ongoing, her situation, in regards of the lawsuit. So I guess we won't know for a while what's transpiring with that. Now, I will say this because I feel like a lot of times we don't really think about it. Like so many people, we get so wrapped up in the homophobia, the bit what the bigots think, and I always hate the fact that the media's bullhorn can be so loud in regards of that. But one of the things that really touches me about this is the fact that what this previous person tweeted, which was like they said, someone from Algeria said, thank you so much. No one knew that you would appear on stage. And my whole family, my Muslim grandfather, parents, and cousins saw drag queens performing, and it started conversations. Now I would love details on that. Like, what kind of conversations did happen? Was it like a debate about homosexuality and whether or not drag queens should be performing at the Olympics and how it's an abomination, or were they for it? I don't know necessarily what it is, but I do like the fact that it opens up a dialogue and the fact that you are someone who is queer and Arab, because a lot of times we overlook that. Which is why I say the things I say about when people talk about, well, those Palestinian people, they're all terrorists. And all that. I was like, no, we're not going to do that because not everybody agrees with a lot of those things. Excuse me. There are queer Palestinians that we should be having empathy for, that are being affected by what's going on in the world. There are queer Egyptians. There are queer, anybody who is from a place where the Muslim faith is the dominant faith, and the things that they say about, Muslim people, those are fears that you have to worry about. And how do they feel in the world? Like a lot of times I feel like we need to get out of our own little bubble and feel and try to put ourselves in the shoes of other people to feel like, well, what is it that these people are going through? But I guess, there's a lot of people aren't like me, where it's like some people out here are just too damn selfish and just worry too much about what other people think and care about their own little thing rather than having empathy for others. So, I wasn't, like I was saying, I wasn't expecting to see drag queens at um the Olympics, but I was glad they were there. And I also love the fact that we got to see a side of, that it sparked conversations. And it opened the doors like, yeah, let's look beyond the whole thing of, oh, they're trying to corrupt your children, and be like, well, why were they included? Why were they being used? What is the story here you're trying to tell? Nobody's out here trying to woke this and woke that and all this other stupidness that y'all be saying. Diversity is important. And the thing is, when you are a person that's marginalized, we want to see ourselves reflected in the mainstream world. And drag queens should have that opportunity. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Look, I'm really looking forward to where she's planning on going with this whole case regarding, you know, um, this trial and all other. So I'll definitely be keeping my eye on that. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said Nymphia was there too, representing Taiwan. Yeah, she was there. There was a lot of drag queens there, but I like Nicki though. I'm looking forward to Drag Race France. Speaking of which, when is I was like, oh, we finally getting Drag Race. Was it Thailand? I can't wait for that new season. About damn time, chair. We've been waiting a long time for that. I totally forgot that Espana's new season came out. I gotta watch that. The first episode's already up on YouTube, but I'm gonna go over to Wow Presents Plus. I gotta check that out. And I think that's basically it. And then what is it? Next week? What is today? Oh wait, next week. Um Dracula comes out next Tuesday. So I'm excited. I had to look at the calendar. October 1st is next Tuesday. So yeah, that's all I gotta say on that. So yeah, we at the end of the show. I was not expecting to do a 4-hour show. But when I be having this coffee, I can go for hours. And it's like I'm getting my practice because remember, once upon a time, the Wendy Williams and all them back in the day, they used to do 4-hour shows. It goes to show I can do one. So thank you all for tuning in. Tune in next time for a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Please hit that like button, that subscribe, and also smash that notification button so that way you know when we go live with another episode of the show. I want to thank everybody that was in the comments, all the good stuff. I said it seemed like I'm feeling much better than I was yesterday because y'all saw I was coughing up a damn lung when I was doing this show, but I feel a whole lot better today. I'm gonna go up and eat this Wingstop because I had to go order some food earlier through the DoorDash. So, because I was like, I knew I was not going to have time to go and cook something and stuff, so I had to go and order some food. I did that earlier, so I'm getting hungry. So yeah, let me get up out of here. Love you all for watching. I'll be on probably not tomorrow. I'm gonna try to come on in tomorrow, possibly do an early show because I got to work tomorrow. I think it's a Rangers preseason game, so I'm back on that, and then there's a lot of shows and stuff happening this weekend. But if I'm not able to pull a show together tomorrow or Friday, I'm gonna definitely give y'all a weekend show because I'll be able to have enough time to squeeze that in before I go and do what I need to do. You know. Anyway, love you all for watching, and until next time,